This meeting is now being called to order. Items listed on the agenda may be taken out of the order presented. Two or more agenda items for consideration may be combined, and any item on the agenda may be removed or related discussion may be delayed at any time. Backup material for this agenda may be obtained from Luann D. Holmes, City Clerk at the Office of the City Clerk, 495 South Main Street, second floor, or on the city's webpage at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. Agenda item number 1, call to order and roll call. Clerk, can you conduct roll call?
Chair Birch,
Present.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian,
Here.
Member Williams,
Present.
Member Fajardo,
Here.
Member McNair,
Here.
Member Parker, excused, Member Flank,
Here.
Member Camarillo,
Here.
Member Iturralde, excused, Member DeVille, excused, Member Cantos,
Here.
Member Cruz,
Here.
Member Martin,
Present.
Member Burgess,
Here.
Member Fuller, excused, Member Buma,
Here.
Member Castro.
Present.
Thank you, Chair. You have a quorum.
Okay, moving on to agenda item number 2, announcement regarding compliance with open meeting law. Clerk, are we in compliance?
Yes, we are.
Okay. Agenda item number 3, public comment. Comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come forward and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Seeing that there are none. On to agenda item number 4, presentations on Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program applications submitted by National Honor Society, College of Southern Nevada High School, West, Project 150 Hygiene Kits, Race to Erase 22, Improving Veteran Food Security and Building Community, Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union, Baskets of Kindness, and presentations on Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program applications by presenters listed on the December 2nd, 5th, or 9th, 2024 agenda who were excused by the board on the presenter's originally scheduled meeting date.
Thank you, Chair Birch. Tara Manor here. For our first group today, we have the National Honor Society, College Southern Nevada High School West. Chair Birch, may we have a recess, please?
We are now in recess.
Your school email blocks you guys. CCSU doesn't allow you to send out. So, or me to send in, if you're a student.
Okay.
So I never got it.
Okay.
So, do you have access to it now?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I have it up right here.
You have it?
Yes.
If you send it from your phone, will it be sending from your CCSU email?
I can send it to.
Send it from your personal, yeah.
Yes, share. So sorry.
Oh, you're okay. I learned that, yeah, they block you out, so.
sending from my personal email.
Okay, so I should get it, and I'll let you know when I have it. So I want to let them go first, that way he can have a moment to get your presentation.
Thank you so much.
No
I really
worries.
appreciate it.
You're welcome. Chairperson, sorry. We're ready.
We are now back from recess.
Okay, the first group, National Honor Society, College of Southern Nevada High School West, will go second. The first group that we have coming up is ATA Black Student Union.
Yes, ma'am. I have copies of this to give to each one of you. It's 10 of them, right? Oh, well, should be, it's 10 because I didn't count the kids that are up.
You didn't come to get the kids?
I said a little, well, I counted that young man here, so that would make 10.
Oh, okay, got you. Okay, thank you. So, you know he's supposed to present by himself? Okay. So, okay. He's gonna welcome you first, let him welcome you first, and then we can get started. Yes, sir. Okay.
That's just pictures of latches that you asked for.
Hi, and welcome to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board Meeting. My name is Damari Burge, and I am the chair of the YNAB Board. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, then the board will have 5 minutes to ask you any questions. Please introduce the name of your group and have all members state their full names. This meeting is being recorded, so we will need you to speak loudly and clearly. You may begin when you are ready.
My name is Marin Tesfaye, and I am with Black Student Union of Advanced Technologies Academy under the leadership of Ms. Parker Bonar and our principal, Dr. Anthony Morantek. Our BSU club has applied for the YNAB grant funding last year, 2023-2024, for $2,000. We received the approval and awarded the $2,200 for our project AP Final Exam Kickoff Party, which was the first ever to be held at ATEC. It has benefited our fellow classmates, teachers, and staff at ATEC by providing a relaxing time to reflect and focus on our mental health, social connections, and one another, and a moment to see our teachers and staff in another light. It was attended by our CCSD School Board Trustee Evelyn Garcia Morales, CCSD Regional Leaders, County Commissioner McCurdy, and Las Vegas City Council Cedric Career, and Councilwoman Olivia Diaz. Also, our YNAB coordinator, Ms. Tara Manar. It was an outstanding and amazing event, and we truly appreciated the support that we received. Afternoon, everybody. I want to talk about something very close to our hearts and a project that bears a hallmark of joy, kindness, and community. We at ATEC Black Student Union call it Baskets of Kindness. We understand that it's a very trying time for many families in our community, and the financial stress, lack of resources, daily demands of life can sometimes make holidays and celebrations more of a burden than a joy. We believe no kids should have to miss out on magic and happiness of these moments. That's where the Baskets of Kindness come in. This project is about to spread love, bringing smiles to the younger students in our community, especially of those attending Mabel Hoggard and Detweiler Elementary School, our neighbors. Allow me to paint this picture. Imagine a child walking up and finding a bright colored Easter basket, complete with brightly colored grass, plastic eggs to be filled, chocolate bunnies, and plush chicks inside. Tucked within these may be bunny ear headbands, small Easter-themed puzzles, and books, stuffies, and other activities of sorts. Can you envision that joy? That's the plan. These baskets are not just collections of stuff, but an indication of carrying hope and a place that belongs to each child. The little ones take home a collection of goodies that basket comes with, and the equally and very importantly, the children go back home seen, valued, special, and remembered. We want them to know that we believe in their community at ATEC, that ATEC cares enough about them, cheers them on, and are there for them. But this project encompasses more than just the students themselves. These are holidays that parents and guardians may often more dread, not because they don't like their children, but sometimes because holidays bring extra or even unneeded stresses, both financially and emotionally. By gifting these baskets, we hope to bring a small but most valuable relief, one less problem for these families to deal with. Those springtime bunnies, my apologies. This support will enable them to put their attention to other important aspects of their lives, such as being with the kids or any other need. Through Springtime Bunnies, we are creating more than baskets. We are building a strong, inclusive community. We want to spread the message to these families. You are not alone. We see you, and we care. Our team is committed to
1
sharing
minute
this
left.
journey. Huh?
1 minute left.
1 minute left? I understand. Our team is committed to sharing the journey and the impact of this project, Baskets of Kindness, will have on others. We'll document and celebrate every step, planning, creating, and delivering the baskets via Instagram, Twitter, and/or Facebook. We will use ATEC's technology, such as our new line systems, to engage our peers and to show that our project comes to life. We will be updating frequently on the smiles, photos, and stories that are being created of the connections and making. And obviously, encourage others to keep spreading the word, catchy phrases, such
15
as
seconds left.
ATEC BSU strong, because we know even more than that about doing this can create a bigger, wider ripple in the water.
Your time is now up. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your YNAB project idea with us. At this time, our grant review board may ask any follow-up questions. Does anyone on the board have any questions?
Member Martin, I have a question. How many participants are you looking to service via the baskets? And how many baskets would you be able to make with the allocated money?
So at the moment, what we are currently requesting for is roughly 2,000. So as for how many we'll have actually putting in their efforts to making these baskets is entirely based on the students who are not only in BSU, as that's going to be required in order via means of community hours, but also those who wish to volunteer through student council. As the amount we're able to make, it is dependent of where supplies are getting, but we're looking at potentially a couple hundred, since we're looking to distribute it between a couple of elementary schools. So we're looking about possibly 300-400 baskets.
Member Buma, how much are you asking for?
To repeat what we're requesting for, we are requesting $2,000 to complete this project.
And if you don't get all the money that you were asking for, will you still be able to do your project?
We are attempting to do this, but in the means or off chance that we aren't able to receive this money, we will still be able to do this project via means of student contributions through different manners, especially those who are a bit more fortunate than others.
Member Cruz, so I see on your items list, It says books / mini puzzles. Does that mean both or one or the other for each basket?
Each basket will have a varying of either or. So we won't be putting both in them. We'll just have one basket with with puzzles and another basket with books.
Member Camarillo, for the record, what type of books? Like specifically Easter or like are they directed to a specific age level?
We are mainly to make these a bit more directed to a specific age level, as not everybody may believe in the tradition of Easter, and bringing that level of exclusion may seem a bit more insensitive on our part. So the main aspect is just get books that are around that age level and books preferred by those students.
Vice Chair Sarkisian, how do you personally feel connected to what you are doing?
Personally, this is a pretty big project for me, as I am not from a very well-off family. So when it comes to being able to actually put myself out there and provide some little support for children in a moment where they may feel lost or unseen, unheard, it's really big for me. It's something that I've almost pretty much dedicated my entire life to, creating that voice and safe space where students not only feel seen but also heard.
Does the board have any other questions? The YNAP Grant Review Board will be voting on the recommended YNAP funding awards at a later time. The YNAP Board will be presenting those recommendations to the Las Vegas City Council on February 19th, 2025. Tara Manor will notify her group with information about the YNAP Board's recommendations within the next 3 weeks. If you have any questions before then, please contact Tara and she will assist you. We thank you again for your time and your presentation.
Thank you. Wonderful. Thank you. Okay. Tara Manor here. At this time, we now have the National Honor Society, College of Southern Nevada High School West. Stand here. Yes. He should be pulling them up in just a moment. Let's see. There it is. This your controller. You control it. Go forward this way. If you need to go back a slide, you can use that. Your mic is on. You don't have to bend over. And just stand up straight. You got 5 minutes. Your clock is right there. Chair Burke is going to give you some directions. Pay attention. When you're done, stand here. Don't leave yet until it's time for you. You'll know when it's time for you to go. You just stand right here till he finishes with you, and then you pick it up.
Thank you.
You got it? You're welcome.
Hi, and welcome to the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program Grant Review Board meeting. My name is Damari Birch, and I am the chair of the YNAP Board. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation, then the board will have 5 minutes to ask any questions. Please introduce the name of your group and have all members state their full names. This meeting is being recorded, so we will need you to speak loudly and clearly. You may begin when you are ready.
Hi, my name is Adriana Tevens, and I am the president of the College of Southern Nevada High School West National Honor Society under the leadership of Mark McClanahan. National Honor Society is a national organization dedicated to helping communities and just bringing the communities around America together through community service. Today, I am presenting our Project 150 hygiene kits. What is Project 150? It's a nonprofit organization dedicated to offering support and services to homeless Las Vegas youth. It was founded in 2011 and has served over 7,500 homeless high school students around the Vegas Valley. They give the opportunity for students to excel in school and earn their diploma while balancing the hardships of everyday life. My NHS's goals. We want to assemble and donate hygiene kits to Project 150 for those students who struggle to afford toiletries and are dependent on Project 150. With this money, we would buy toiletries for hygiene kits, work together as an organization to assemble hygiene kits, and donate these kits to Project 150's main site. Why Project 150? We understand the pressures that come with balancing high school and life struggles. It's really hard. Being a teenager is hard enough, but being an independent one is even harder. High school is tough enough. No student should have to worry about their next meal when they also have to worry about their next test, their next project, and otherwise. Project 150's community are our Las Vegas peers. These students deserve the same opportunities as we do. What are Project 150's needs? For these hygiene kits, they have requested shampoos, conditioners, body washes, full-size toothpastes, toothbrushes, and lotions. What our chapter will do. Meetings. NHS students will attend meetings to discuss grant requirements, grant progress, and be given the opportunity to provide input on how to improve the grant. Supply and assembly. We would purchase hygiene kit supplies, assemble hygiene kits at CSN, and deliver these kits to Project 150. And lastly, service. Students, around 40 to 50, depending on the semester of NHS, students will complete 4 hours of community service at Project 150. They will take or complete any pictures or other necessary reports to fulfill the grant requirements. Included in our kit are going to be travel-size shampoo, conditioner, body wash, a full-size toothpaste, toothbrushes, and lotion. How will NHS raise money? Well, without the funds, we are still voting to use 100 to 200 of our NHS funds to supply as many supplies as we can. But our funds requested, in order to complete our community service goal of making around 100 to 120 of these hygiene kits, the College of Southern Nevada High School National Honor Society chapter asked for a $2,000 grant.
Thank you for sharing your Why Not project idea with us. At this time, our grant review board may ask any follow-up questions they may have. Does anyone on the board have any questions? Chair Birch, how exactly do you personally feel connected to this project?
I personally feel connected to this project because I am also a student raised in poverty. I have had to juggle jobs while studying for exams. Sorry, I don't know why that question made me emotional. Working a 5 to 10 job because I get off at 3, and going home at 10 p.m. to study for my huge chem exam, stuff like that. I know other students can sympathize with me, and that is why it's important to me personally.
This is Member Fajardo here. It says here that you have, you were awarded the YNAP grant in the years past. What is one thing during the whole project, the process of that project, what is one thing that you learned from that project?
One thing I learned from doing our school supplies kit last year, we were offered a little over $2,000. I learned that these are really common supplies that some parents could just buy their students a plethora of, but the students that Project 150 helps, they need things as simple as pens, folders, pencils. To us, those are things we don't take a second thought about. But for these kids, they have to rely on our help to get those things.
Member Williams down here. Thank you for making this very personal and really believing in what you're doing. I must commend you on what you're doing, and I think you're doing a great service to the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Does the board have any other questions or comments? The YNAP Grant Review Board will be voting on the recommended YNAP funding awards at a later time. The YNAP Board will be presenting those recommendations to the Las Vegas City Council on February 19th, 2025. Tara Manor will notify your group with information about the YNAP Board's recommendations within the next 3 weeks. If you have any questions before then, please contact Tara and she will assist you. We thank you again for your time and your presentation.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Hi, Tara Manor here. We have 2 groups that have not arrived yet. I would like for us to wait just a moment for those groups to arrive. Is that okay with the board?
Member Fajardo, how many minutes should we give them? Should we give a minute or just,
I'm sorry, say one more time. I couldn't hear you.
how much time should we give them? Did
Can we
they
allow
call?
about 10 minutes?
Okay.
This member Williams are down here. Are those both groups that were rescheduled already?
It was one of the groups that was rescheduled, and then one that was originally scheduled on this day.
Okay,
So one of the groups that are not here yet were one of the groups that were rescheduled groups.
okay.
Member Fajardo, did they call that they were going to be late? Or are they late?
So one of the groups is not late.
Okay,
One of them is late.
he's late. Did they call?
Did not call.
Did not call, okay.
Member Williams, I'll make a motion to give them 10 minutes to arrive from now. And if the group that rescheduled does not make it,
Point of information, Chair, you can just take a recess for the 10 minutes.
oh, okay. Oh, that's cool. So I don't need to make a motion, we can just take a recess? All right, I'll disregard my motion then.
We are now in recess.
Thank you.
and go back to that item.
To that one.
Yeah, but the other, like I said, the only other.
Let me come up there. You can bring us back.
We are now back from recess.
Hi, Tara Manor here. The group Stars Community Development Corporation canceled and will no longer present, which disqualifies them from receiving any grant funds.
Chair, at this time, there is only one other group that we are waiting on. We are not sure if their representative is coming. If you would like to move on to agenda number 5, the board can decide to listen to the presentation if the presenter does attend. But in order to not keep deliberations held up for for too much longer without knowing if somebody's even coming, you may move on if you'd like and move back. My name is Carmen Gilbert, Deputy City Attorney. Thank you.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item number 5, discussion of possible action regarding the scoring and recommended funding of the Youth Neighborhood Association Partnership Program for fiscal year 2024-2025.
Tar Manor here. At this time, each board member should have received a listing of all of the grant applications. On that, it states the group name, the project title, and the amount requested. As we begin to deliberate, I will also, if you would like the information, let you know the grant match. And I will be taking note of any stipulations that you may have. So, sorry.
Deputy City Attorney Carmen Gilbert. Tara, can you please confirm for the record the amount of funds to be awarded?
The amount of funds to be awarded is $45,000. We currently have 43 groups now. And from years past, some ways that the board has decided to deliberate is each board member gives their 3 to 5 top groups. Those got automatically full funding. And then, or each board member gives their bottom 2 to 3 groups. They deliberate on the amount of minimal funding that you would like to give, or we can do it a different way. We can go group by group, or you all can decide if there were any groups that you all agreed were your top groups, or...
This is Member Williams down here in the corner. And this is just a question to our board. One of the things that I think the youth that did make it, the families that took out the time to come down here, and because of all the effort and stuff that they've put into this project, I would like to see everyone funded at some level. Unfortunately, because we have how much was it, $45,000?
$45,000.
And 43 groups is obviously it's going to be difficult to give every group $2,000. That's not going to happen unless 20-something groups don't get funded at all. And I think it's going to be tough not to fund 20 youth groups. I know historically, or only for the past 2 years, I believe we've increased it to giving each group $2,000. At one point in time, I believe, I've been on this board long enough to know that everybody used to only receive $1,000. That was the max that people received from the grant. There is a possibility, because we have, I believe, was it 2 groups now that counsel completely? So and I'm just throwing it out there, if we did start with giving every group $1,000, that leaves us with about $4,000 or $5,000 to then allocate to more money to the top groups. And I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, we can still deliberate and talk about each group and find out what are those top 5 groups that can get a little bit more money. But there was a couple of groups that didn't ask for $2,000. I think some of the groups one group asked for like $900. A couple of groups asked for a little less. But there's a way to just give everybody $1,000 and deliberate the last $4,000 or $5,000 to those top groups. But that was just an option to be able to fund everybody.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. Tara, can you please confirm which groups have been disqualified for not attending on their previous days?
At this time, there's only one group that is disqualified, which is the group that did not attend today, which is Stars Community Development Corporation.
And just for the record, if the other group that we're waiting for, what's the name of that group in case we deliberate and get to the end before they would show up?
That group is Race to Erase 22.
Deputy City Gilbert, another point of information for everybody. If every group were to be fully funded, that would require $80,559 worth of funding. So obviously, we do not have that, but that is what has been requested, if that's helpful to give you an idea of the full scope of what had been requested and how we need to pare that down.
Harry, Board Member Harry, just if we were to fund everybody at this particular point, $1,000, what would that look like, and then how much would we have left over?
So it looks like that would be $44,000. Tara, please correct me if I'm wrong. Deputy City Gilbert, thank you.
So if you have 43 groups, that's a total of $43,000.
Does that include the group that we're waiting on, or that does not include?
That still includes the group that we're waiting on.
So if we don't get to the group that we're waiting on, it would be 42,000?
And then we would have $2,000. You're right.
And that would leave us $3,000 to
Yes.
give to those 2 or 3 extra that's like our outstanding groups that we would say could get $2,000.
Yes.
And once again, this member, that's just a suggestion. We can just go back and go through every group and fund group and then end up with 20 groups or however many groups that would get $0. That was just thrown out by me. I don't know how everybody else feels about it. If you concur or if you think that some people just don't get anything. It's up to you guys.
Member McNair, can I ask a really quick question? I would love to give every group $1,000. I'm fine with that. I'm just concerned about certain groups about electronic usages, and that's about it. If that's okay, if like we go over certain groups that have electronics, if that's okay?
Tar Manor here, and that is okay. We can go over the groups that have electronics in there, and we can still, you all can put stipulations on the groups. So that could be a stipulation, no purchases of electronic devices or minimal purchase, whatever the stipulation may be. As a board, you all are allowed to place stipulations on the groups.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. I think that if you knock people down to $1,000, I don't think electronics is going to be part of their budget. That's just going to be natural that they won't be able to purchase an electronic item with that amount of funding if they're doing everything else they want to do. I mean, but I do like that suggestion.
All right, yeah, that's cool. I agree with that.
Member Cantos, what is the lowest amount of funding that we can provide to a project?
The lowest amount of funding that we can provide? 0. The lowest amount that you? 0. Okay.
Okay, and then I do.
But Tar Manor, Tara Manor speaking here. I would like to say or remind the board that this is a youth grant, that there were youth that presented in front of you. I do want to ensure that, one, that we're fair, but that we remember that we have youth that came in front of us, that if they receive zero funding or anything at all, we may never see those youth again. And so I want to make sure that we remember the vision and the mission of this program.
Member Cantos, I do agree with the $1,000. To an extent, I do believe that there are a lot of groups that you could tell that they were there because they wanted to raise money for their cause and for their project. And you could tell like some of the youth that were presenting could possibly maybe be forced into it on some levels. So, I mean, yes, I do agree that every presenter should get a certain amount of money, but I don't think that every presenter should be given the $1,000.
Member Martin, going off Member Williams, so just glancing over all the projects so far. Most of them are hygiene kits. We've had a lot of libraries, a lot of baskets of some sort. So those are something I think would be, we could bring it down from $2,000 to $1,000 just because I want to focus more on the service projects where it's not, here I'll give a few examples, like the one of, I loved the kids and they came in, they wanted funding for their drama, like their theater program, but how much is that for the community in general than just for your own school? So a lot of the ones that are like, okay, this is going to be at my high school and at my place where I have performing arts and stuff. So Tara, she said we should talk about our favorite projects and ones I'd want to fund fully. So I'll just list them off and then you guys can tell me if you disagree or agree. I liked Delta Gems. They were the first day. STEM Days. These are all more service related, so they're going to actually do something at like a library or put together a day. I did like the two different projects that were for the animal hospitals, so Positivity and Eva Wolf Stuco. I think animal shelters are more overlooked rather than doing homeless and hygiene packages, as well as I loved the guy who did the volleyball. It was a volleyball clinic, so that's Team V, and All Sparks was the last project.
Tara Manor here. Member Martin, do you mind saying those one more time?
Yes, of course. Delta Gems, it was the first day. STEM Days, Positivity, POW, like PAW, Positivity, Eva Wolf Stuco, Team V, and All Sparks.
Okay.
Member McNair, can I speak? Is that okay? Yes, no, maybe, okay. I agree with most of those. The only one I'm concerned about is STEM Days. They were asking for a Quest 3, and that's $900 starting. And if we get them the full amount, they're gonna spend over $1,200 on the Quest 3, and they're only gonna have like an hour per day, and they're gonna go over like 20 to 50 kids. So how's that fair for kids if like they're only getting like 2 to 3 minutes on the Quest 3? And where will it be held after the event? Will the kid just keep it, or will it still stay at the library? Or I feel like maybe they should put their more investments into the little bugs they had, like little vibrating bugs, or like the Legos so kids can bring it home and build off of it, or show their parents, show some of their other friends, instead of the Quest 3 that maybe used like 1, 2, 3, 4 times and kept in the basement somewhere else.
This is Member Fajardo. I agree with Member McNair. All the electronics, we need to go through it one more time. But just for, I guess, informational purposes, not everybody, right, applied for the 2,000, right? So all the others that did not apply for the 2,000, that adds up to 11,639. Which leaves us with a total fund needed for 33,360. That's our balance, right? So I think if we give the individuals that did not ask for the full 2,000, if we grant those first, that will add up to the 11,000 and leaving us with the 33 to fund other projects. But we really need to look at the electronics that Member McNair, do you remember, do you have a number, like how many applicants included that?
I was here from day 2 and on. I don't know about any of the day 1, I haven't gone through that, but on day 2, there was a couple of them. I know it was that one, it was Justin's. There was another group that wanted iPads, I think the Lego one, but they were gonna use it for coding and it was gonna stay in the library and they're gonna reuse it for other coding events for Legos. So I feel like that one's fine. Do you want me to find the name real quick?
Yeah, I think we should go through it together then and get a solid number if we.
All right.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, I also agree. I feel like everyone that didn't ask for $2,000 who asked for a smaller amount should receive the amount that they asked for, because they're being humble by not asking for everything that we are offering them and putting in calculations that they will actually use. Otherwise, I feel like everyone that has baskets, kind of like what Member Martin was saying, or like anything that they are giving, we should give them an equal amount, 100%, because I feel like it's kind of unfair to pick a certain group over another group when they're sort of targeting the same thing. And then for all the little libraries, we give them the same amount, and so we can kind of section them off instead of just focusing one by one for those ones.
Member Williams, I agree with you on what you were saying. Only thing about the little libraries is there was one group, I think East Tech or someone, who was actually building the actual libraries, which is a little different from the groups that were just wanted to partner with the community and provide the books with a partnering organization or something. I think the actual building of a little library is rather expensive. I don't know how they were going to do it with the amount of money they were asking for, but the actual structure of one, it might be a little different from the other groups. And then the other part, I believe, City Attorney, if I'm correct, we can just actually make a motion or stipulation in terms of the electronics, that staff won't purchase the electronics. I know we were going to go through the applications, but we can also just make a statement that based on our funding this year, we are unable to buy any electronic devices. And then staff will know that they can't purchase that on any of the grants.
Can we start a stipulation on that? Can we do that?
It is your program, and I believe that you are allowed, Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, I believe that you are allowed to put stipulations on individual groups or a blanket stipulation on how you'd like the funding used. You guys are in charge here.
I believe so, but back to I think the only stipulation that we would have is if you did allow the one group, because that's based on their whole entire program for the coding. So if their whole program was about coding and doing coding that would be the only stipulation on that particular group to purchase something.
There's also another group that is the Nehemiah West Chess Club Homeschool. No, is this the wrong one? Wrong one. So sorry. Let me find it. I'm so sorry. It was one of the groups asking because they want film equipment and a camera to film for mental health youth stuff and put it on their social media and things. So how would we, talk to them about that, or how would we fund them and stuff like that? Because they want the full 2,000 for filming equipment, camera, lighting, and everything like that. So I don't know what you guys want to do about that group.
Member Williams, at this day and age, I think there are alternatives. I'm not too sure beyond high-end professional folks who's using cameras these days. A lot of people use cell phones. They're using a lot of other, I think there's other workarounds for them to still reach their goal.
All right, thank you.
Member Burgess, I agree with what Member Williams is saying. I also think that it would be just smarter for us to go through one by one with the stipulations in mind and make a decision as we go, because I think just thinking about random groups as we talk is not going to get us anywhere. We're going to be here all night. So I think it would just be smart if we go one by one and discuss it as a board.
Sounds good. Member Williams, to the clerk, I will 100% support whatever the group and body comes up with the final deliberations, but I do have another board I have to sit on, so I wanted to make sure I got my little 2 cents in there before I had to leave. So now that I've started this mess, I apologize, but I'm going to have to leave, but I 100% support, and my vote, it would be for yay, whatever the board eventually lands on. I just wanted to let the city clerk know. If I could do that, I'm sorry.
This is Senior Deputy Clerk Brian Cuff for the record. If you are marked as excused, we are unable to act you as a aye in any motion you do not attend. So unfortunately, you would be marked as excused for any future motions.
Okay, I appreciate that. But I do want the board to know that I 100% support when you guys do your presentation in front of the city council. I stand with you guys and I support whatever decision you guys come to.
Chair Birch, I think maybe now we should start just going through them. So I think maybe we should start with Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union and go through their budget and, see what we want to give them.
Member Martin, so since we're going to start, this goes under the same category basket, so my vote would be on reducing it down to 1,000.
Can we start something on that?
You may make a motion, Deputy City Gilbert.
Can I start a motion for $1,000 for the Basket of Kindness by Advanced Technologies Academy of Black Student Union?
Member Martin, do I just say yes, or how do I accept the motion?
Someone needs to second your emotion, not your emotion.
Can you second me real quick?
I second.
That emotion.
Member Rachel Martin.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And for the record, if we could just have anyone who was opposed say their name, appreciate it.
Member Camarillo. Vice Chair Sarkeesian.
Member Fajardo.
This is Member Williams. And I just want to throw this in before I leave. I mean, this is a suggestion that I would potentially wait until you guys go through all of them, give them some money now, and then not make the motion because you guys may be over or you may be under, and you might want to go back and give somebody extra $50 or $100, because I believe once it goes into a motion, then you would have to redo the motion to either take money away from them or give them more money, correct?
Deputy Clerk Brian, for the record, yes. Ideally, generally speaking, we would rescind that motion and then make another motion for an increased amount. Is generally how we handle that.
So my suggestion would be to go through, figure out what amount you might want to give them, and if you want to give them $1,000, write down the $1,000. They can keep track of it, and then once you get through all 44 or 43 applications, then see where you're at, and then you can decide whether or not, okay, we write out our amount. We went over by $5,000, we need to go back and see who we need to reduce or whatever we need to do, and then make a motion for all of them at one time.
Member Burgess, I agree with what he just said.
Member
Completely.
Castro, I agree as well.
Chair Birch, I also agree. I think that's a good idea.
So we can just for now say we suggest $1,000, and then once we go through everything, we can add up if we're over or under, and then we can go back through again, and then motion everything.
And Deputy Clerk Brian, for the record, just for the record, would you then, Member McNair, be canceling your motion?
I'll be canceling my motion, yeah, sorry.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Member Fajardo, can we make a motion to fund anything below the 2,000? I'm calling them all the others, I guess. It's about, again, 11,639. Or are we going, oh wait, that's not a motion.
Member Burgess, I think we're just going through the list and suggesting, we're not motioning anything, we're just going through it, suggest a number, and then,
Yes,
so then we don't have to.
yes.
Yeah.
Anybody ready for the second group yet?
Okay, so are we agreeing right now to give the ATA Black Student Union 1,000 for right now? Yeah, no motion. Are we just, okay, cool.
This is Member Fajardo. So you want to go down the list, the spreadsheet list?
Yes.
Yeah. Can we go down the binder list? To, like the day they presented by day? It's already in alphabetical order in the spreadsheet. so-
Member Fuller, I agree with that. Yeah, we should go in the order of the binder instead.
But by presented date, okay. Thank you.
Member McNair, what are we going off of the binder, or are we going off of day one, line by line?
The binder.
All right, okay, thank you.
Okay, Chair Birch, so does this mean we're going to start off with the Westerman family? Okay, cool, thank you.
Member Martin, looking over it briefly, they talk about in the description that they will be getting donations from the community to get these items, these bathing suits and shorts. So if they are getting donations already from the community and simultaneously buying materials for this donation drive, I'd say fund them less, so I too would go with 1,000 for this project.
I second that.
I also agree.
Chair Birch, I also think I'd have to agree with that.
Member Buba, I also agree.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member Castro, I also agree.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. One more point of information. I know that there were certain board members who are involved with or may have provided some information or guidance to some of the applicants. And I just want to remind anybody who is in that situation that you should abstain from any discussion regarding those particular groups that you have a conflict of interest with. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Birch. So moving on to Canyon Springs High School, batteries included.
Member Fuller, on this one, they were going to do 25 certified, 25 CPR first aid certificates at $60 each for $1,500. I know that's a lot, but if we get them maybe like 20 of those certificates or maybe 15 of those certificates to help kind of meet their goal of at least certifying people is my thought. It looks like a lot of the other stuff, maybe they can get donated. Possibly.
Member Martin, yeah, I would agree. I know a lot of CPR certifications where you can get your certificate for free, and there's a lot of programs that do that, so I would just cut back as well.
Chair Birch, I think, yeah, we should maybe cut down to maybe 10 or 15 of them.
Member Buba, I agree that we should cut down to 10 or 15.
Member McNair, are we only doing $1,000 or are we doing like, what are we doing? I'm sorry, I'm not catching a little bit.
If we cut, or Vice Chair Sarkeesian, if we cut it down to 10 that they would do, it would be 60 times 10, so 600, plus the rest of the money that they requested, 295 and 205. So we would be giving them 1,100.
All right, I'm cool with that. Thank you.
Member Cantos, I agree to this funding.
Yes.
Chair Birch, I also agree to this funding.
Member Camarillo, I also agree.
Member Castro, I agree.
Member Buba, I agree.
Member Martin, I agree. That amount was 1,150 or just one?
Just 1,100.
I'm sorry, Tarmana here. Can you all repeat what we were deciding to do with that group?
1,100.
We're cutting it down to 1,100, cutting down the amount of participants?
We were planning to cut down Chair Birch, we're planning to cut down the amount of CPR certification certificates from 25 to, what was it, 10? Yeah, to 10.
Vice Chair Sarkisian, yeah, I feel like we should go back if we have leftover money and just leave it at 10 for now.
Chair Birch. Okay, so now moving on to Cheyenne High School, batteries included.
Member Booba, just to confirm, this is, their project name is Hands Across the City?
Yes, that's Chair Birch. Yes, that's what it says in the binder.
Member Castro speaking. It looks like they're only requesting for $1,000, so I feel like we should just give them what they're requesting, if I'm reading that right.
Yes, Chair Birch, it does seem like they're only requesting 1,000, so I think we should just give them the 1,000.
Member Booba, I agree.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member Martin, I agree.
I apologize. Can we say what group we are talking about at this time?
Cheyenne High School, batteries included.
And the decision was, or I'm sorry, where the discussion was?
Full grant at $1,000. Member Cantos.
Chair Birch, since we already did ATA BSU, we're gonna go to the Akateens Youth Enrichment Group.
They did that already? Yeah. To our manner here, I encourage the board to fully look at the application, look at the description, to see what the groups are trying to complete, what their vision is when we're talking about the amounts, to ensure that at least they are able to have the attendance that they want to have. So we look at the entire application in its entirety while we're looking, or as we're going down per group.
Member Cantos, I agree with Tara, and I do agree that the whole application should be just look through it and everything, but I do also want to pay attention to the youth's presentations and how they presented. I do think that this group specifically, I don't think they were as connected to their cause as much as the other groups, the AKA teens. So I do want to take consideration to the just the presentations alone.
We just gonna cut it. Okay. To our manner here, also consider when we are cutting things from the projects, that we are able to state why we're cutting them from the projects. So for example, on the CPR 101, we cut theirs down from 25 to 10. We need to state, or we need to be able to say why we're cutting those down, and understanding all of the ramifications that come with it. So we just need to understand, or be sure that we're stating why we're not just being willy-nilly, but that we have reasons why.
Member Burgess, we discussed that if we have leftover money, they would be the first to gain back their full as well.
So for my clarification, at this time, we're just going down one by one, and then we will possibly go back.
Member McNair, we also said that they were paying $60 for, the reasoning why we're cutting it down is because they're paying like $60 per certificate, and that seems, for some of us on the board, a little obscene. At some places, you can get it for free. So that's why we just cut down the number of certificates they're gonna buy. That's why we went down.
Tara here. So in order for us to say that it seems obscene, we need to do our research, and we need to see how much it costs to become CPR certified.
Member Martin, how are we supposed to, I don't know, cut back on funding if we have to find a specific reason, but then not be able to give the project money out to everyone? I'm just a little confused. So we have to find a specific reason. So like, okay, let's look at AKA teens. I can say, okay, cut down on some of the canned soup and granola bars and make the packages a little bit smaller. But for their cause, I don't know, we can't just fully fund them that amount because there are other projects that need the money as well. So how are we going to take the time to do all of this?
So you don't have to have a specific reason. We just have to have some reasoning to what we're doing. There has to be some rhyme or reason to what we're doing and how we're cutting back. So we can take a look, even at the list of items that they would like to have. We can look at some of those, and we can cut back even from their list or some, we understand what they're doing, what their project is about, but we have to make it make sense.
Member Fuller, just a quick clarification for staff. Is the reasoning for internal purposes, or is that for to go before the city council?
Hi there, Candace Camarillo, YDSI staff, previous YNAP program coordinator here. Sorry to shine a little bit light on our reasoning here. When it comes to the funding, it's not necessarily your job to say fully, you can only buy this, you can only buy that, you can only buy that. Your role here is to take into consideration the scope of the project, their overall project idea. If you decide that through your observation in the presentation and after following that checklist, that scoring rubric, if that group missed a couple of those key components in their scoring, or maybe perhaps they couldn't answer those follow-up questions for you, that's when you can start to deduct their funding. So say, for example, if you don't like, if you notice that Group A could not provide certain information, maybe they couldn't explain the reasoning behind something, or how they were going to get people to show up to their event or whatever, you could say, I believe in them, but I know we only have so much money to give out. Since they missed this component, we'll just deduct them $100. You don't have to say, I'm deducting 10 certifications from them or whatever. You can just say, they didn't meet all the criteria, we deduct their funding by this much. Then it's your program coordinator's role to ensure that when it comes to the spending for that project, if they are voted by council and our mayor to receive the funding per your recommendations, she ensures that all spending goes toward that project scope, and so that they make the adjustments in their project. Maybe they themselves will say, with $200 less in funding, I can only buy 22 certifications per these community members. It's their job to readjust their spending to still meet the project scope. But for all of you, how many of you are CPR certified? Who knows how much it costs to be CPR certified? It could be a lot, it could be a little, right? But if you don't know the answers to that, you can't say that the group cannot use that money for that item without being properly informed. So you would let the group decide, okay, I have less funding, this is how we'll spend it to meet the scope of the project. Does that help explain a little bit on how you can cut down on funding without cutting them off at their knees? Hopefully?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we understand.
Member Martin, so obviously I haven't done thorough research, but just like with a quick Google search, are we able to recommend them to just partner with a fire department to work on it? It says that local fire departments do the certifications for free, so we advise them to do that instead, and then just cut back on the certifications.
Yes, that is something that you can recommend. Sorry, Tara Manor speaking.
Chair Birch. So are we suggesting that we tell them to partner with the fire department and I guess put a stipulation that we won't pay for the certification?
Candace Camarillo here. I urge you to strongly consider stipulations when you place them upon these groups, because you may not know the outcome of the recommendation. So yes, absolutely, we can recommend that a group partners with fire and rescue. However, what if fire and rescue says no? Then that means that you've cut their funding for these certifications. Fire and rescue will not issue certifications, and perhaps the draw to that event might be the certifications. Maybe people may not show up to something if there is not that tangible item that they can receive. So it's just consider consequences of stipulations, because if you say, I stipulate that this group cannot use the money to buy CPR certifications, then we are beholden to that as staff. It may mean that they cannot complete their project at all. Because if that was a question that you asked them, can you still do the project if you don't have CPR certifications? And they said yes, okay, cool. But did anybody ask that question? Yeah, so just consider the consequences of stipulations. Stipulations are things that they are in there on the record, and the group cannot do them no matter what. But you can urge them, partner with fire and rescue. You can give a group less money and give a recommendation, but if you add a stipulation of you cannot use the money for this one item, and you still do not give them the money, if there could be consequences there. They could still not get the item even through a recommendation.
Member Martin, so I wasn't there that day, but I could come to the conclusion that, okay, instead of 25 certifications, we do 20, because they haven't explained they haven't explained how they were going to recruit these participants, so therefore we'll decrease the amount by 5. And because they're already getting $1,500 in donations for supplies, could we cut the amount for their supplies, the 100 Red Cross training kits and face shields? Would that be possible?
Tara Manor here. So I think what we can do is just reduce their amount without putting a stipulation on what we're reducing. So instead of saying we're reducing the amount of certifications you can give, or we're reducing the amount of supplies you can buy, instead of putting that stipulation, we can just say we are reducing the amount. Whatever they decide to still do with the amount that they have is their decision to make, not ours. So we just reduce their amount, not reduce or decide what they can buy. Does that make sense? So if we have a group that is asking for $2,000, we say, or you all say, sorry, we want to reduce the amount to $1,500 without putting the stipulation on it, on what you are reducing exactly.
Member Martin, all right. I just thought you were concerned with us adding a stipulation. That's why we were going through all of this. But So to the board, what are we going to reduce it down to, if that's still the concern?
Member McNair, I think we should maybe bump it up to 1,200 maybe, but I feel like there is some research on their end they could have done as well, because if we're getting bashed, no offense, about us not doing our research, they should have done their research and maybe contacted fire departments, police departments, their own school, and stuff like that, because I know some schools do have classes or like sometimes come in and give certifications to students and stuff like that. So maybe they could have contacted them themselves as well before coming to us and saying, hey, there's $60 each. So maybe bump it up, but with the money we have right now, and there's some other groups that we do want to give full amounts to, that we should bump it up a little bit. If we have any extra at the end, come back and reevaluate the question. And right now, go back to project, the one we were just doing, and then go to lunch because it's 5:35. Thank you.
Member Burgess, I just wanted to clarify, when we picked the $1,000 for the CPR, we were just reducing the amount. We were just doing the math of like what they potentially could do. We weren't putting a stipulation on it, and it wasn't to be malicious. We were just going down to reduce those numbers to see where we're at once we go through the whole list. It was not to say, oh, they can only do this, they can only do this. I just want to put that out there because that's how we were discussing it, and that's how this lovely lady was suggesting it. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Tara Manor here. So for clarification on my end, I don't believe anybody's being malicious. And I don't mean to bash anyone. I want to clear that vocabulary up. We just want it to be informing. So not malicious, not bashing, informative. That's it.
I'm sorry for my rude behavior.
You're
I'm
not
so
rude,
sorry.
you're
I didn't know
fine.
how
I
to
just want
put
to
it.
make sure that we were just trying to inform you all, not in any other way say anything else.
Member Booba, real quick, I have a quick question. Raised to erased 22 was supposed to be here about 2 hours ago, so I don't know what we're doing about them.
Hi, Member Boomer, this is Tara Manor here. We had decided earlier in the meeting that we would allow them to present if they, once they showed up today. So,
I guess that I forgot about that.
Okay, thank you.
Member Fajardo here. Tara, can we match whatever donation, going back to the CPR 101, can we match whatever donation? Can we describe it that way? Like, we won't give them the full 2,000, just match whatever donations they had written down on their application?
Tara Manor here. If you decide to do that, that may not be fair across the board, only because some groups don't have any donations outside of their volunteer hours.
Okay.
Member Martin, so could we keep the CPR at 1,000 for now and then come back to it and add to it if we can? So just so we can move on.
I second that, Member Burgess.
That's
I
a
agree,
good
Vice Chair
idea.
Sarkeesian.
Member Castro, I also agree.
Chair Birch, I also agree.
Member Cantos, I also agree.
Member Buma, I also agree.
Chair Birch, so are we agreeing all just to resume and go back to the Akatines?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yes.
Yes.
Tara Manor here. Dinner is here at this time. So if we would like to take a recess so that we can go to dinner, that is something that we can do at this time.
Member Cantos, what's for dinner?
Upon your request, we ordered Raising Cane's today. That was a member Cantos request.
Member Cantos, thank you so much.
Member Camarillo, Chair Birch, can we go to dinner, please?
Yes, we may. We are now at recess. We are now back from recess. So now we will resume on where we left off with the ACA teens.
If I can have a moment, please. Tara Manor here. I just wanted to let you all know that the group Race to Erase 22 has decided not to present. So they are disqualified.
Member Burgess, I would like to suggest what Member Williams had said before of just doing 50% of the amount for everybody and then seeing what the remainder is left, and then going with that, so that way it's kind of what we're already doing anyways, so.
Member Castro, I also agree with that, but at recess, I realized that some groups might not need the full 1,000, or we might not agree with giving them the full 1,000, so maybe going off the groups that we think should get a little less than 1,000 as well, so then we have more money to give the groups that we think deserve more than 1,000. And I think it was only like a couple that we think shouldn't get 1,000, so.
Member Cantos, I second that.
Member Sarkeesian, I think what we should do is we go down a line and we all kind of give our top 3 best ones and top 3, not worst, but least best ones, I guess. And then someone keeps a tally and we see what our consensus is, and those groups get a little bit more or a little bit less, just to keep it organized. What do you guys think?
Member Castro and I agree with that.
Member Boma, and I agree with that.
Member McNair, I don't think we should, because we're already going through a process. I think we should go through each one and say, not go through each one, but just get the 1,000. And if anybody disagrees on that group, then please do speak up. That's what we're doing. And then maybe go back and correct it, whatever's the fastest way for any of us, but I don't know. I don't think we should do that.
Member Martin, so if we just did the same thing Member Sarkeesian suggested, we gave the full amount to the top 3, had less than 1,000 for the last 3, and then everyone else would get 1,000. Would that be plausible? Could we just run with that? I agree with that. Oh, Member Castro.
Member, but I agree with that.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member Flank, if there's, 15 of us up here, and let's say half of us have our top 3 that are all different, we could never get there with the top 3. So that's a little bit mixed up, and I don't think that would work, because I don't think any of, like, she has her top 3, I have mine, and maybe one would be the same. So we all have the sheet, the list. If we put the amount of money that we would like to award each group, that might work. I think we've all decided that some groups, for whatever reason, $1,000 would work for them. Also consider this as a lesson, an exercise for these groups to be able to adapt to different changes, to adapt to not having the amount of money that they've requested, and figure out other means, other resources that perhaps they could pursue in order for their project to be complete. We can eliminate the ones that already have asked for 1,000 or less. We don't have to talk about those, and that eliminates at least 4 or 5. I think a baseline of 1,000 is good as well. It's my understanding that that used to be the amount of the grant. So the baseline of 1,000, once we eliminate some and then work from there, I think it'll go a little bit faster. But just keep in mind, these kids, so it'll be a lesson for them to make up for what they don't get.
Member Burgess, yes, I agree with Member Flank that the baseline for 1,000 kind of narrows things down. And remember, we have, what, 43? How many? 42 members, so that leaves a little bit of some wiggle room, and then we're able, so we don't have to go through this one by one.
Member Flank, the next one from the CPR that we've spent a lot of time discussing, Care for Change. They asked for $950. We grant them the $950.
Member Gantos, I agree.
Garden of Peace, the prayer garden, they asked for $1,080. We can grant them the $1,080. Which one?
Can we talk?
Oh, yes, the Can We Talk was $1,250. Looking at their application, $1,000 could perhaps work for them, and it wouldn't be any more discussion about it. I think some of these projects, as we go through and discuss from the $1,000 point, we would maybe stay there. If you look at the presentation, their enthusiasm about the project and what they actually want to do, I got the feeling that some of the kids or these groups applied for the 2,000 because that was the limit. Okay, I can apply for a $2,000 grant. I'm going to apply for a $2,000 grant. I'm sure everybody can relate to that, right? So let's work with the 1,000, eliminate some of those. I think we'll be down to 25 or 30 applications. That's going to take a little bit more discussion.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. If you, there's only one group that applied for less than 1,000, and so that's Care for Change. They've applied for $950. If you give every other group 1,000, then you're at $41,950, and you'd have $3,050 to award extra, and that would be your starting point.
Member Cantos, can we all agree, can we all agree on any group that we all believe, or at least the majority believes, that should receive the full $2,000? Any groups that stood out to you guys?
Let's take a vote on that verbally, because we have two groups that we were thinking were the same. And just kind of go down the line and see what happens as far as full funding. Okay, what's your group?
Two groups that I found very charming and I feel like really could help is the Homeschool West Chess Club and the KCES Drama Club. Some activities that kids that may not be able to, or some funding that the school district will not fund to kids for extra school activities as well.
I like the chess club and also the drama club.
Member Camarillo, I liked Birthdays in a Basket, Belong and Bloom, Tofu Teas, CPR 101, and Crown Care.
Member Fuller, for now, I'm just going to say the Team V Project Volleyball. And I will announce my second or third if it pops up.
Member Cantos, Birthdays in a Basket, my number one, and then the number two, I forgot the name of it, but it was like that kid with the trumpet. Does anybody know the name of that one? It was Tennis Club? Okay, thank you.
Library fairs. The trumpet.
Tara Manor here, that particular group is Learning is Fun, Libraries. That member Cantos is speaking. Was that member, I'm sorry. Member
Yes,
Cantos.
Member Cantos. Those are my top two, Learning is Fun Library Fairs and Birthdays in a Basket.
I think my favorite was the chess club too.
Chair Birch, for mine, out of all of these groups, my top 5 were the Delta Gems, Emerging Leaders, Growers Tribute Botany Club, the Chess Club, and Nehemiah Youth Ministries.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, my top 3, my favorites were Crown Care, Little Library from Northeast Tech specifically, and then the Blessing Project.
Member Fajardo, just a quick note, I'm noticing that we all have different, I don't think that's gonna work out because I think everybody has a different favorite. So I was thinking that we go back to, before our recess, we're gonna go down each one and look at each one that way. Because just by the looks of it, we all have different favorite ones. And
that was my point.
And yeah, and that's why I agree with member down there. But see, that's, if I'm going back to my original, if we fund all the ones that asked for less than 2,000, again, I'm just saying 11, the total there is 11,000. And that brings down our one-shot funding of 45 to 33,000. And we only have 34 applicants now versus the 36 that we originally had. So just by doing the math, each one, if we distribute it that way, each one will have 981 in funding. But clearly you guys have all favorites. To me, they're all great, especially the ones that memorize their presentation, that they could tell that they really love their project. So I don't think I could do the top 2 even right now. So I say go back to what we originally thought before our break. Go back to each one to our original plan.
Member McNair, I think, I get what you're saying. I think we should automatically give them the 1,000 and go through the group, like the one we were just doing. And if anybody has any issues or problems, if they want to add more or get rid of, please do say. But I think if we wait for like 5 minutes and everyone's like, they're cool with the $1,000 being there, then it's just $1,000. Is that all right with everybody?
Chair Birch, I agree with Member McNair. I think that's a good idea, that we just go through each one, give them like 1,000 and then go back and, or, you know, as we're going, see if we want to give less or more, and then we just sort of do it like that.
Member Cruz, I do believe that is a great idea, but there are some obviously favored ones, such as the chess club. So if we could maybe start with that and get that out of the way.
I think right now, let's just go line through line, and the next one we're doing, say, all right, we're all good with this 1,000, and we're just going, and we get to the chess club. If you say, I really like this idea, then raise your hand and be like, I love this, here's my reasons, and people will be like, okay, I agree, then we'll award them more money. Okay, does that make sense?
Member Booba, I was saying kind of like the same thing as member Cruz. However, the things that would be different, as because the chess club was more favorite. I was like saying the people like member back there and member Cruz's idea like combined. To the people that said, I like the chess clubs, here's my reasons why, and then go through the chess club and then go through all the others.
We already got so many groups done. I think we should just go one by one and then just go on there. And at the end, if there is an abundant amount and we go over, then we should go back and reevaluate.
Member Flank, I agree with that process. I think we've taken a pretty big step towards getting out of here before midnight.
Member Cantos, really quick, do we just want to say that should chess club or the chess program, should that get the full 2,000 since everybody else is agreeing on it?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Chair Birch, no.
Chair.
I don't think so.
Member Camarillo, I also would disagree.
Member Castro here, what I was hearing is if we do give everyone the 1,000, we'd have around, I think she said 3,000 left. So if we do give them the full 2,000, that would leave 1,000 for the rest of the groups. So I feel like we should really reevaluate what we think about giving the chess club 2,000 when I think there is a lot of other big causes that deserve more money. And if we give them the full 2,000, then more of the bigger causes won't get as much.
I agree. I don't think that there's any group that's going to be fully funded because there's just not enough funds to go around. Some groups will get a little bit more than 1,000, but we only have 3,500 to work with
45
at this point.
Tara Manor here. Is there an amount, like a cap, the highest amount that you think a group should receive? Is there, like we're capping, what's the
Member
highest
Martin?
amount that we think a group should receive?
Member Cantos, should we start at 1,500?
Chair Birch, I agree with Member Cantos. I think we should do, as a cap for right now, 1,500. And then I think we can go back, and then if we think there are some groups that deserve a little bit more or might need a little bit more, then I think we can start distributing the rest of the money.
Member Martin, I really want to apologize, but I think it's on a case-by-case basis. Can we just, we're all going to disagree here, so if we just quickly, each one, go through one, and we just have the baseline at 1,000. If you want, we can discuss if it's over or under, and then quickly move on.
Chair Birch. Okay, so for the Ocatines, do we think they should get the 1,000, or do we think they should be?
Member Birch, staff, Candace Camarillo here. If I may, I understand we want to go group by group. It's what it sounds like the board wants to do. Can I jump in and mention that the initial thing that I'm hearing that everybody is kind of in agreement is we start with a baseline of $1,000 per group. That means that you're deciding to fully fund some groups, even though they may not be on what some members may have considered their favorite groups. And then the consequence of that is there are many groups who will not get fully funded because we're fully funding many groups in one fell swoop.
Member McNair, really quickly, I was the one that said that should start off with 1,000. I feel like when we get to the group, so the Aquatines, that one, we're on that right now. If anybody says they want to defund them, say it now. And if you want to go higher, say it now. This is a bidding. Please go on.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, I wanted to throw out some more information that might be helpful for you. If you wanted a more equitable approach and you wanted to fund every group at 50%, that would give most groups $1,000, and then those who hadn't, asked for the full 2,000, it would still give them half. And at that amount, you would be starting off with $39,280.07, which would give you $5,719.93 to play with.
Member Cantos, I agree with that.
Yes, if we start at 50%, that's helpful.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, I agree with that.
Member Fajardo, may I point out that Care for Change just asked for 950? They didn't ask for the full 1,000, or if we want to give them 1,500?
I thought we were all agreed that they would get their 950, or if it was under 1,000, like you said, they would get their 950. If they're under $1,000, they would get funded. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Okay, I didn't hear that. Yeah, okay, that works out.
Member Castro here. So just to be clear, with the 50% that we'd be giving them, would the one that did put under $1,000, could they still get fully funded if that's what we're all agreeing to? So if so, is that was that budgeted already with the 5,000, or will we have to rebudget it with that?
Member Martin, they're just going to get the entire 950 if that was your question.
Yeah, I was just wondering because she said everybody would get 50%, so I was wondering, since we all agreed for them to get the 950, if that was within the budget that she budgeted out for all of us.
Yes, we agreed they would get the 950.
Was that within the budget?
Deputy City Attorney Carmen Gilbert, no, I went through and gave everybody 50%, so that number was cut in half for this calculation. That's a 50% starting point for everybody based off of what they originally requested during their presentations.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, can you recalculate but leave out that 950 and just make sure that they get the full funding? So the remaining groups would be 50%.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, at that point then you would have $39,755.07 budgeted, leaving you with $5,244.93. And that would make Care for Change the only group that you have fully funded, and everybody else would be at 50%, even those who requested less than $2,000.
Member Castro here, and I agree with that.
Member Cantos, I agree with that.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, I agree with that.
Chair Birch, I also agree with that.
Member Camarillo, I also agree.
Member Flank, I think that's a great starting point. A better starting point, yes.
So are we starting with the group we ended on before recess?
That is correct.
Chair Birch, yes, we are starting with the Aquatines now.
Is
does anybody want to lower or increase their $1,000 budget because they originally requested for 2,000?
Member Martin, I would reduce it down to 1,000.
It already reduced to, they
Oh, I'm
requested
so sorry.
2,000.
I am
We're
so
already
sorry.
getting
No,
rid of
keep
the
it the same.
50%. So right now, we're only giving them $1,000. Does
My
anybody want to increase or lower the amount from $1,000?
I'm good with 1,000.
Who are we talking about? Are we talking about the Alcatines? Yeah. Oh.
Yes, we are. Member Castro. Member Castro, I think the 50% is good.
Vice Chair Sarkisian, does anyone disagree with giving them $1,000?
Member Cruz, I do. I believe that their cause is very important, and I believe they should get not much more than 1,000, but maybe 1,200.
Vice Chair Sarkisian, does anyone agree with Member Cruz?
Member Booba, I do. They are. I see like these supplies, and I would say that you. If I'm a homeless person and I end up receiving this supplies, I'm going to be really happy. Plus, if they don't get all the money they are asking for, they're not going to be able to do all these supplies, even though the total is under $2,000, they're practically not going to be able to do their project. So I say to give them the full 2,000.
Member McNair, I think they'll still be able to do their project, because if you also see, they also got $6,803.86 for donations, so I think they will still be able to do their project even if we give them the $1,000. So in total, yeah, they'll have another $600 on top, so they're gonna have $1,600 to work with their project. I think they'll be well off.
Member Martin, can I motion to give them the full 1,000, and then we can just vote on it?
Motion? Oh, Member Castro here. I think we should all just give them the 50% is kind of what I was thinking. So if anyone also agrees, let me know.
Okay, Vice Chair Sarkisian, so since most of us agree with the 50%, as Member Castro was saying, and it was only Member Cruz and Member Buba that have different opinions, I think we should just move on to the next one.
Member Burgess, I agree.
Member Castro, I agree.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Member Flank, let's move to the next project.
This is Member Fajardo. My question is to the council. Just out of curiosity, if we bump that 50 to 60, how much would that be according to your bird's eye view there?
Deputy City Council Gilbert, do you mean for every group or just for this group?
For every group, yeah.
One moment.
Just out of curiosity, just so we can, I know, we want to.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, at that point, you are over budget, $47,136.08.
Okay, scratch that. Thank you.
Member Booba, I do have a question about this this group belong in Bloom, so they were scheduled to be on the first day, but they end up being on the third day. So are we still going by the minor, or are we just leaving them at the third day?
Member McNair, I have a quick question. This is another library one, right? And correct me if I'm wrong. No, it's not. Okay, sorry, just asking.
Tara Manor here. What was Member Buma's question?
Belong in Blue was scheduled to be on the first day, but they end up rescheduling for the third day. So I don't know if we're still letting them be right now, or are we having them in an hour or two?
So, Tara Manor here. So on the first day of presentations, the board voted to allow groups to present on a rescheduled day. So it does not matter what day they presented, as long as they presented.
Member Cantos, so for Belong and Bloom, half of their grant is $807.07. Do you guys want to bring that up to 900, possibly 1,000?
Member Cruz, I do believe that just rounding up to 900 is a fair thing to do.
Wait,
Member Burgess, I agreed to go up to 900 for them.
Chair Birch, I also agree. I think we should round it up to 900.
Member Flank, I'm okay with that.
Member Buba, I do want to point out that their total is 1,600 is not 2,000. It's not close to 2,000, but they wanted to get the full 2,000. So I do agree just giving them 950.
Tara Manor here. Was the request amount 900 or 950?
900.
The original 900?
900.
Okay.
Any?
Chair Birch, is there anyone who disagrees with giving Belong in Bloom $900?
I disagree. Member Camarillo. I believe that we should give them $1,000.
Member Booba, I am saying just to let everybody know that will fund. Yeah, no. I got everything reversed that I was saying. I mean, that will still not complete. That will still not fund their full project.
Member Burgess, I think 1,000 is fine. Does anyone disagree with that?
I'm also saying that 1,000 is fine.
Member Castro, I agree with the 1,000.
Member Cantos, I agree with 1,000.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who disagrees with 1,000? If so, please speak now. Going once, going twice. So, moving on. Okay. So, what's the next one? Next one up is birthdays in a basket. Okay.
Member Flank, I'm okay with the $1,000. They have potential for donations and support from the family, if I recall correctly. The mother said that there's no problem with making up for anything, so I'm okay with the 50%.
Member Cantos, I believe that this group should get the full 2,000 because she was paying a lot of out-of-pocket money. She never had any funding prior, and all the money that she put into this project was 100% out of pocket. So I do think it was also going to a great cause, and her presentation was very organized, and I think it was just overall just a great project, and I think it should get the full 2,000.
Chair Birch, I do really like the idea and the project, but I don't think we should give them the full 2,000. Instead, I would say maybe 1,500 would be a good amount to give them, especially because, like you said, they were paying pretty much completely out of pocket. So I would think instead of 2,000, 1,500 would be a good amount to give them.
Member Camarillo. Oh, wait, you can go first. Member Camarillo, I agree with 1,500.
Member Castro, I also agree with the 1,500.
Vice Chair Sir, I also agree with the 1,500.
Member Burgess, I agree.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who disagrees with giving 1,500 to birthdays in a basket?
Member Fajardo. Tara, just to know, if their budget narrative, if you could point out how great of a job they did there, it was beautiful.
This is for this is Tara Manor here. Birthdays in the basket.
Yes,
I'll make
ma'am.
a note next to theirs to note how great they did on their budget narrative.
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you.
No worries.
Chair Birch, once again, is there anyone who disagrees with giving 1,500 to birthdays in a basket? If so, please speak now or we're moving on.
Member Booba, I do disagree with that because they like had a good cause, and I feel like if you say no to a good cause, then you're practically a bad person. So I say give them the full 2,000.
Chair Birch, while a lot of these are all good causes, we must still remember we can't fully fund everyone because we would go completely over budget. So,
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
yes, so I think we should still keep in mind we have a budget to work with. We don't necessarily have unlimited money. But these are a lot of good causes, which makes this very difficult to decide on how much to give them all. But I do think 1,500 for this group in particular is a good idea. So is there anyone who disagrees? Because if not, we're moving on.
Since okay, my mom is saying for me to just stop, so I'll just stop.
Member Cantos, I agree with Chair Birch.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to NJHS Golden Chapter, Knots of Love by Robeson Community. How much do we think we should give them?
I think we should give them the base $1,000.
Tara Manor here for reference. Chair Birch is going by the days. So if you look at look at your day one list, he's going down that particular list He's going day one, not the list that you all are looking at right now. Okay.
I got,
Okay.
English needed some clarification on where to look for that.
Member Castro and I agree with giving them the baseline 1,000.
Member Martin and I agree as well.
Are we all good on the 50%, $1,000? Anybody? Okay.
Chair Birch. So right now we're thinking 1,000. Is there anyone who disagrees with 1,000, thinking we should give them less or more? If so, please speak now. Going once. Going twice. Sold. So now on to Las Vegas Alumni Chapter Delta Sigma Theta Sorority. So fresh and so clean. How much do we think we should give them?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. Chair Birch, it might be helpful if you just assume you're starting at 1,000 each time and then ask for anybody who disagrees. And if there's no disagreement, you can move on. Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. Do we need to go to a recess? I hear discussion happening.
We're now in recess. We're now back from recess. So we've decided the list we're gonna go down is the sheet one, not the binder. Meaning our next one will be BSU and batteries included next gen. So the baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who disagrees with giving them only 1,000?
A point of information, Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, this group actually requested 1,665, so their 50% baseline would be $832.50.
Chair Birch, do we think, okay, is anyone opposed to rounding up to 900?
Member Booba, I mean, I am realizing that that we are trying to save money in this case. However, they did ask for 1,000, so I'm kind of in between with that. But I finally went with just giving them the 1,000.
Member Cantos, Member Boomer, they were asking for $1,665. So we're gonna start, the baseline for that one would be 50%, so if anybody wants to do the math for that one, it's like about $800.
Yeah, we're going with
Yeah.
BSU batteries included. I would add another one.
No worries.
So then I am fine with just giving them 900.
Okay. Chair Birch, is there anyone else who is opposed to giving 900? Okay. Moving on, we're gonna go to community projects, art and reading, a book tasting. Chair Birch. Okay, so they're asking for 2,000, so going with our 50% baseline, that means they would get 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving community projects 1,000?
Member McNair, what day were they on in the binder?
Chair Birch, during recess, we decided to go by the list, not,
I'm on the list, it's just in my binder, I just don't know what day on the binder that's
Oh,
what I'm
okay.
asking.
Day 2. Member Martin, I'm okay with the 50%, 1,000. May we move on?
Chair Birch. The community projects group was on day 2. Okay. Now, is there anyone who is opposed to giving the group 1,000? Okay, seeing that no one is opposing it. Moving on, we're going to Crown Together Crew. And so they were asking for 2,000. Their 50% baseline, once again, is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving Crown Together Crew 1,000? Is there anyone opposed?
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, I think we should raise that to 1,250, just because I believe that their purpose to the project was important, and I felt like she had a very personal connection.
I agree.
Member Martin, I agree.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Member Bumba, I agree.
Chair Birch. So then is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,250? Seeing none. Okay, on to the Delta Gems. They're asking for 2,000. Their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,000?
Member Cruz, I feel like we should bump up their median range a little bit more. So maybe like 1,200.
I agree with Member Cruz.
Chair Birch, I also agree with Member Cruz. So is there anyone who is opposed to giving the Delta Gems and their kickball cookout event $1,200?
I think we should stay with the $1,000 because I feel like there's other groups we do have to go through that maybe could also use the money as well. So I think we should stay at 1,000.
Member Fajardo, I remember that their park fee was $175. Ms. Tara, in the past, we helped. Ms. Tara, we helped with the park fees. Is that still feasible this year? The park fees? We're in Delta Gems kickball and cookout event.
Tara Manning here. Sometimes we reach out to Parks and Rec to see if they can help us waive the fees.
Yeah.
And so we can still try to do that.
Okay,
It's not a guarantee, but we can try.
try, okay. Oh, that'd be awesome.
Chair Birch. So, okay, hold on. So is anyone opposed for right now just giving them 1,000 and then coming back later to see if there's any money left over we'd want to give extra for them?
I agree that right now we should give them 1,000 and then come back to it if we change our minds or if we have extra money.
Chair Birch, is there anyone opposed to that idea? Okay, so now moving on, we're going to Dior's Wave Catch It, and their baseline would be 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,000? Okay, seeing that.
Member McNair, I liked the idea. I think we should maybe give them a little bit less or relook at their budgeting, because I remember a lot of the things that we asked them about that they couldn't answer themselves and the parent had to come up and answer for them. And I don't know if you want to defund them because of that, even though we are defunding already 50% of the project. And if I remember, weren't they gonna charge for the tickets or were they free? I'm a little flicker in the mind right now, sorry.
Tara Manning here. That group is not charging for any tickets. No group can charge for anything.
All right, I was double checking, I'm sorry.
This is Member Fajardo. The community center that they are hosting this event, is it too much to ask to even try to see if they can, if the city of Las Vegas can help them on that one expense item line? I believe the center, they said it was Doolittle, but I didn't write it down. I'm sorry.
Tara here. That group may have spoken to the center themselves, spoken to someone there already.
Okay,
So
okay. Thank you.
Member Gantos, I agree to the base amount of $1,000.
I'm sorry, Tara Manning here again. For the record, for Dior's Wave Catch It, that group's project will be held at the Pearson Community Center, which is a Clark County property, so we don't have any jurisdiction there. But again, that group may have talked already to the community center.
Thank you, ma'am, because I thought, Member Fajardo, I wrote it down, but I didn't finish writing the whole thing. That's probably why. Thank you.
Chair Birch, Is there anyone who is opposed to giving Dior's Wave catch it $1,000? Okay. Seems not. So, right now, we'll leave it at 1,000, and we'll go to Next Gen Leaders, Hope for the Future, where their baseline would be $1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to 1,000?
Should we be looking at emerging leaders?
Chair Birch, yes, Member Flack, you are correct. I have my papers mixed up. Emerging Leaders was actually next. Their baseline is, once again, $1,000. Is there anyone who disagrees with 1,000?
Member Cruz, what day was Emerging Leaders?
Day 2, Member Fuller.
Chair Birch, I actually really think this idea is really good. So, and also I think they presented themselves really well. So I actually, instead of just giving him 1,000, I would like to raise it to 1,200. Is there anyone who is opposed to that?
Member Martin, with the last project, Delta Gems, we didn't raise it to 1,200. I'd say we wait, since I guess we're doing that. We'll just keep it at 1,000 if we can come back to it.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. Just to give you an idea of where you're at with what you funded so far and what we have left at 50%, you still have $4,034 to wiggle room to give to groups. The danger in coming back to each and every group that you want to give more money is that we're going to have to go through all of these a second time. And so just trying to keep everybody on task so we can maybe get out of here before midnight. So just giving you an idea of where you're at, what's left in the pot.
Member Martin, would we be able to then give the $200 extra to Delta Gems and Emerging Leaders?
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to giving an extra 200 to the Delta Gems and Emerging Leaders, making their totals both 1,200? Seeing that no one is opposed, seems as though for right now we'll be giving them both 1,200. So moving on, next is Equipo Academy, where their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to this?
Member Camarillo, I would actually like to give this group 1,100.
Member Martin, this project is revolving around their school's garden, and I'm generally opposed to people who are only doing something for their specific academy or their area, because it's not directed for the entire jurisdiction of Las Vegas. So I'd say keep it at 1,000.
Vice Chair Sarkeesian, I actually remember asking them if they were going to benefit the rest of the community, and they said they would. So just because they answered that they would, I think we should give them 1,100. 100, like Member Camarillo said.
Chair Birch, is anyone opposed to 1,100 for Equipo Academy in their garden? Okay, seems as though there's no opposition. So next is Eva Wolf Student Council, Positively Rescued, where their baseline, once again, will be 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to this?
Member McNair, can I ask if we can raise it up to $1,100 or $1,200?
Member Martin, depending on our cap, would it be possible to do 1,400? I just think they had a whole group of people come together for it, and they all were so excited about giving back to this shelter, so I personally want to raise it a bit more.
Chair Birch, I also would have to agree with Member Martin. I feel as though this group has a very good cause going, and they seem very passionate about it. I would also like to raise it to 1,400.
I agree.
Member Castro, I agree as well.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to giving Eva Wolf Student Council Positively Rescued 1,400? Okay, seeing that there's none. Okay. Did we all already agree on giving Growers Tribute Botany Club their $1,080?
Member Fuller, yes, we did.
Okay, great.
Deputy City Attorney Carmen Gilbert, just as a point of information, we were agreeing to give everybody 50% of what they had requested. So in this case, since the group had requested $1,080, 50% of that would be $540.
Chair Birch, do we want to keep the 50%, or do we want to just give them their full requested amount?
Member Cruz, how much money would we have left to spread out if we gave them their full 180 or 1,080?
I believe, Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, I believe it would be $2,794.50. But Chair Birch, I do have questions. I wanted to confirm Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union, if that one stayed at 1,000, and then Canyon Springs High School batteries included, if that stayed at 1,000, and then what was decided on Cheyenne High School batteries included. Apologies if I missed those while we were going through, but I would like to confirm those in my Excel sheet.
Chair Birch, for Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union, we said 1,000. For Canyon Springs, we said 1,100, and for Cheyenne, we said 1,000. Those were the three you were asking for, correct?
That is correct, thank you. So with those numbers updated, and if we were to give the Botany Club their $1,080, that would leave $2,694.50.
Chair Birch, with hearing those numbers, do we think we should keep the Botany Club at their 50%, or should we raise or lower it?
Member Cantos, I was actually thinking of giving the Botany Club 500, just to give us more room for funding and, yeah, just for more room for funding and where we are running out a little bit, so we want to be cautious for that.
Member Camarillo, I agree with 500.
I agree as well.
Member Buba, I agree.
Chair Birch, I would actually disagree and think we could maybe give a little bit more with maybe 600 or 700.
Member Castro, I was wondering if we could give them like 700.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to 700?
I am opposed to 700. Member Camarillo.
May I ask why?
Their garden is located in a church, and I feel as if non-religious people will not be able to have access to this garden.
Should we go back to the intended amount of 500 then, Member Martin?
Member McNair, for the record, they did say in their group when all the stuff would grow, that they were gonna give it out to the community and not only to their church. So after everything would grow, they would give it out to people in need. So I don't know if we wanna consider that into this whole conversation or anything, but they were considering that after they would grow in the church, or it'd be an area for people after church, or if people want to rest and stuff like that, it would be open to the community and not only to people in the church.
Member Camarillo, my problem isn't that the food would be dispersed, it's that the people wouldn't be able to rest if they're non-religious. Even if they don't mind it, I feel as if it would be mostly directed to the people of the church.
Member McNair, I understand how you feel, but they want to build a community for people that want, I'm just trying to say that they want more people to probably come to their church, but they want to have something, a community for people to have somewhere to rest and somewhere to be calm, because they did also say that in their slideshow that anybody can come to this garden. And you may think it's only for the church, but they did proclaim or say in their slideshow that they would be for the community and not only for their church. So it can be for anybody, religious or not.
Tara Manor here. I just want to make sure that we remember that the projects just have to be done within the city of Las Vegas limits. There are some projects that, especially, let's just say it's a school beautification project, everybody may not benefit. The whole city of Las Vegas community may not benefit from that. It may be something for that school community. So just remember that the project only has to be done within the city of Las Vegas limits. That was the only stipulation that we gave when it came to the actual application. So
I agree with the 700.
I agree with the 700.
Member Fajardo, I agree.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to giving the Botany Club 700? Okay. We're moving on. Heroes in Heart, the Blessing Project, their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to 1,000?
Member McNair, for the record, just double checking for their jurisdiction, because they did have something on there about an iPad, and they were going to use it for personal use. Can we put a stipulation that they can buy everything that they need to complete the project but the iPad because of the complications with electronics and things like that in the city, or not in the city, under, like, the problems not problems, just everything for the project for the community, and the iPad doesn't seem like it would be helping a group of people.
Member Castro, I feel like we should let them decide with the money what they should do with it, so I don't think we should put a stipulation. If they decide that what's best for the program is to spend all the money on the iPad, I think we should allow them to do that.
Member McNair, for the record, the iPad's $400, so if we give them the $1,000, they'll only have $600 for, they'll only have $600 for the rest of the project. And B, they also did talk about how they would use the iPad for their own personal use, like on their social media, and that they were gonna just take pictures on it and post it on social media when that can be done on a phone.
Member Castro, I still feel like we shouldn't put a stipulation on it. I think we should let them decide and what's most important to them and their cause.
Member Martin, the city is only supposed to focus on things that are useful for everyone. In years past, I don't think technology has ever been allocated for. It's like always been something they don't agree to give out. So I think we just keep going on that same wavelength and just keep it at the baseline of 50%.
Chair Birch, for Heroes and Hearts, I would say let's not put a stipulation on it, but instead maybe subtract the cost of the iPad. So that way it would be 600, but instead of 600, I would say maybe raise it to 700 though.
Oh, sorry if you didn't hear me right. I just want to give them $1,000. All I'm saying is that the iPad's $400, so if we give them the 1,000, they'll only have $600 left after that. And they'll only be using the iPad for possibly personal use and not for the city or not helpful to the community. You know what I mean, if that makes sense?
Member Fuller, just looking here at the budget and being realistic about it, and so they asked for 2,000, and we're talking about giving them 1,000. So they're probably already going to cut out the iPad and the T-shirts already and get the actual essentials. So we shouldn't really focus on the technology, and probably just stick with the $1,000.
Member Castro and I agree.
I agree.
I agree. A great lesson in budgeting. A great lesson in budgeting.
I agree with 1,000.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,000? Okay. Moving on to Inspire X. Once again, their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving Inspire X 1,000? The chess club, I meant. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving the chess club 1,000?
Member McNair, I think we should give them $1,200 or $1,500, if anybody opposes.
Member Cantos, I think 1,300 is pretty solid. That seemed to be a favorite. The chess club seemed to be a favorite when we were going around talking about our top 3 or top 2. So I do agree that 1,300 would be appropriate for their funding.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to 1,300? Chair Birch, is it okay if we get a quick calculation with the 1,300 included?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert here. With the 1,300 and the remaining groups funded at 50% only, you are left with $2,275.
Chair Birch, okay, with those numbers and that knowledge, does anyone want to oppose giving the chess group 1,300? Okay, seeing as that was a favorite. Now on to Inspire X. Their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to this?
Member Cantos, I got a lot to say about this group. I have a lot to say. So, I mean, their cause was raise money for kids with, just for sports, kids who are like the less fortunate. And me being like growing up as a sports kid, I agree with that cause. I think it's a great cause, but the presentation was not there, not at all. I think they were the biggest group that presented. They came in with about 12 kids, and I think 8 of them presented, and it was just very unorganized. And if you guys were paying attention to that, if you guys could see the people, like the other kids that were in the crowd, I think about half of them were sleeping. Like, no joke, about half of them were sleeping. Just the lack of their, they just have the lack of care for their movement. Maybe they're just forced into it. I just didn't see any interest with the kids towards their movement, and I think a good start off would be about 600 to 700. I think I want to probably 650, I'd say. And they were asking for more than 2,000.
I second that. I do believe that their energy and basically care for the entire project looked staged for most of them. So I feel like about 650, 700 is a fair range.
Member Castro and I agree with that.
I also agree. Member Camarillo?
Member Boulay, I agree.
Chair Birch, just to be clear, are we doing 650 or 700? Okay.
650.
Is anyone opposed to giving Inspire X 650? Okay, so Inspire X, 650. So on to K. Carl Elementary School Student Council, Champions for Positivity. Their baseline would be 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving K. Carl Elementary School Student Council 1,000? Well, that was easy. Okay, on to K. Carl Elementary School Drama Club with the production of Willy Wonka. Their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving the drama club 1,000?
Member McNair, can I propose that we give them a little bit more, like 1,200 to 1,500 at all?
Chair Birch, what if we propose 1,300, sort of a nice middle area?
I'm good with that.
Okay, is there anyone who is opposed to giving the drama club 1,300?
Member Martin, you guys can argue with me on this one. I'm just not sure. Most of the people going to watch an elementary school play is going to be parents. And I know it's very useful for them, but they have a lot they were asking for. Okay, maybe 1,200, but I kind of want to save up for the other projects because we still have 2 more pages to go.
Member McNair, I think we should give them a little bit more because they came all the way here. There was a bunch of parents. They sang. They were amazing. I think there should be more opportunities for younger kids to, because in Vegas, a lot of younger kids and kids in general don't have a lot of opportunities or after-school activities or a lot of classes to take more than the general classes because of school reasons or the board reasons in the district. I think we should give them $1,300 so that kids can have an opportunity and more eye-opening thing. This will help them and it will help like be a core memory to them for the rest of their life. I think we should probably give them $1,300 because it helps more than you probably do think.
Member Buma, I have to say that I agree with Member Martin. People are in elementary school plays are going to be parents, and it's not going to be impact the community. And we also need to save them just in case we can give an extra money to projects that we're waiting on.
Member Castro and I think we should do 1,200.
I also believe, or Member Cruz, I also believe that it's a great idea to do 1,200 only because it's less of a community project than it is a project for that one singular club, and I'm pretty sure that one singular show, so.
The Member McNair, we did ask, and they said they were going to use it from years on to continue, so I feel like it could help the school atmosphere and more kids having the opportunity to be into drama and want to go into drama as well. So I think it's going to help a younger audience more than anybody else. And they said they were going to reuse it and they're going to do multiple shows with it. And yes.
Member Buma, so you can blame me anyway on this one. However, they're using one sink once a month, and I just don't think it'll be useful to the community or useful to the school and useful to the money that we need to save.
Member Castro, I still think we should keep it at 1,200 just because there is a lot of other things still left, and I think we should be saving our money because I feel like there's more things that we could do that will impact the Las Vegas community as a whole. And if they're going to be using this stuff throughout the next couple of years, they also have next year to get more funding as well.
I agree with the 1,200.
Member Cantos, I agree. We are already over the 50%, so I think that's a good price.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who's opposed to 1,200? Okay, so then on to Las Vegas Alumni Chapter Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, So Fresh and So Clean. Their base is 1,000. Their base is 1,000. Is there anyone who opposes giving them 1,000?
No, I do not oppose, Member Martin.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, correct me if I'm wrong, Chair Birch, but I believe we did discuss this one earlier for some reason when we were still deciding on the order, and that one stayed at 1,000.
Chair Birch, are we all good with 1,000 then? Okay. So moving on to Learning is Fun Libraries, their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who's opposed to 1,000?
Member Cruz, I believe that their not only coordination and description of their project, but also their plan itself is amazing. So I think we should maybe settle with 1,250 or at least 1,200.
Member Castro and I agree with that.
Chair Birch, I just have a quick question. So we do have a couple of other little library projects. Do we think we would give the same amount of funding to those ones as well, or would we give less?
Member Cruz, some of the other library projects didn't look as interested in their idea or seem as interested in their idea as this one was. So maybe a little less than this one, just to make it fair, of course. But yeah.
Chair Birch, so then are you suggesting saying just leaving it at the baseline 1,000 for the other ones? Okay. So for Learning is Fun Libraries, is there anyone who is opposed to $1,250 for this group? Okay, are we able to get another update on how much would be left over after this?
City Attorney Gilbert, sorry, that last one was final at 1,250? In that case, we are at 2,175. Could you please confirm for me, though, Chair Birch, Care for Change was funded at 950, correct? Got it. I'm getting some nods. Thank you.
Okay, with these numbers, are we still good with funding Learning is Fun Libraries with 1,250?
Member Cantos, I think that was the best library project out of all of the library projects. I think the whole presentation was just put together very well, and it was very well organized. He was a very mature member of the youth, and I think it was the best out of the library projects. I think I want to put that at 1,400.
Chair Birch, I would have to agree. So, is there anyone who's opposed? Okay. So, moving on to Mad Hat Productions, Spring Break Mailboxes. They asked for 2,000, their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed?
Member McNair for the record. For this project, somebody can correct me, but I know that CCSD does provide lunches for most kids, or is this for, I'm sorry, is this for other students that are not in school?
Chair Birch, this is, I think, for during spring break, when students are out of school.
I know that certain times that schools will provide lunches for students that may require lunches over spring break.
Tara Manor here. School district is no longer supplying lunches during summers and during break time.
All right, I'm sorry.
Tara Manor here. One more question, I apologize. So for Learning is Fun libraries, was it at $12.50 or, okay, thank you.
Okay, so for Mad Hat Productions, spring break mailboxes, are we okay with leaving it at 1,000, or do we want to raise or lower it? Okay, seems like we're gonna leave it at 1,000 for now. Now on to National Honor Society, CSN HS West. Their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who's opposed to 1,000?
Member Cantos, I do think that Project 150 does receive a lot of funding, so I do believe that it should be under the 50%.
Member Castro, I also agree with that.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Member Martin, I do agree.
Member Booba, I agree.
Chair Birch, so are we agreeing to go under the 50%?
Member Cantos, do you want to start at, does everybody want to start at 600? Is that fair?
Okay, is there any opposition to 600? Okay, so now on to Nehemiah Youth Ministries, Can We Talk? They asked for $12.50, so are we gonna leave them at the 50%, or do we want to raise or lower it?
Member McNair, for this one, did you take 50% from $1,250?
Yes, we did. We're starting them off at their 50% baseline.
And that would be?
$625.
I do believe that, sorry, Member Cruz, I do believe that we should maybe raise it to 700, 800, just like round up.
I agree with that.
Member Castro, I think we should raise it to 800.
Chair Birch, I would actually think raise it to 1,000 instead of their $12.50. I would say give them 1,000.
Member Castro, I agree with that.
Member Booba, I agree with that.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Member McNair, I think we should do 750 or 800.
Member Cantos, I agree with 800.
Chair Birch, may I ask why the 800?
Member McNair, they were asking for camera and equipment, which I'm fine with the equipment, but the camera and stuff like that, that may cost most their budget, or, let me go to the thing real quick, 1 sec, I'm sorry.
Member Booba, I just realized where I wanted. I was at Ministries, so actually, can I change my vote to 750, 800?
Member Fajardo, just to be consistent in the technology area, last year there was a big discussion. I know we say technology is not important or gadgets are not that important, but last year, if I remember correctly, cameras and filming equipment, we kind of wanted to keep a close eye on those. And we wanted to see if we could get pictures of how the material was used. And again, just for my informational toolbox, I want to be consistent and know, are we going to look at that this year as well and moving forward? Because, like I said, we wanted to be involved in their project, and I can't remember, maybe Candace could help us. One of the teams did not get back to us if we could attend to all this filming. I know it was a big thing in the past, the filming equipment, cameras. And to add to the previous comment earlier, they could use their phones now. They could do some alternative work there. I'll let Candace refresh my memory, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Candace Camarillo, YDSI staff. Yeah, technology is always really tricky. When it comes down to it, technology over a certain amount, we always want to know how they are going to continue to use it past their funding, past their project. They should say how they will use it in their budget narrative if it is an expensive item. Can anybody see if they explained how that technology would continue to be of use to their community in there?
Member Fuller, I don't know if it's in the budget narrative because I don't think they actually had a budget narrative. Whoa. But I believe we did ask about future episodes or videos, and they did say they were going to film more videos after this project because they're going to film 12 videos and then they're going to do another campaign on another topic.
Right. It truly, yeah, it's tricky, right? It comes down to, do we trust them to do what they say they will do and to be a good steward of that item? And do we believe that they can continue to do what they say they will? You can definitely say something like as far as a recommendation of every time you film a video, send it to us or something like that. But yeah, in the past there have been troubles with groups who have purchased high-ticket items, and upon site visits, I have been unable to attend. I've either been locked out of some projects or they've suddenly changed the date on me, and I have not been able to site visit projects because of that. So it is always a little scary. The hope would be, though, that the consequence of not using these funds and items purchased with funds properly would be that they would be disqualified from ever applying for funding again. So it truly comes down to, do you trust this group to do what they say they will do with those items?
Member Cruz, they did seem really engaged in their activity, and the project that they were going to start, they did seem very like wanting to start this as soon as possible. So I do trust in them that they would do as they said, start a YouTube channel and film all of the things they said they would.
Member McNair, on the budget, the camera alone is $800, so I don't know where you guys want to start. If we do want to lower the budget halfway, or what you guys want to do, because they want a camera, t-shirt / polo, journals, and filming equipment. The filming equipment's $200, and the camera's $800. The t-shirts and journals are like $250.
Chair Birch, I think we should give them the camera and the filming equipment. So give them 1,000. But I think that we should trust them, but if it's found that they've damaged the camera or that we can't see what they've done with the camera and the filming equipment, that we do disqualify them from any future funding, because they have stated that they have gotten funding in the past, meaning they could try to get funding again as well.
As we, Candace Camarillo, when we consider trustworthiness of a group, perhaps you could ask if this group has had any projects in the past. If anybody wanted to know.
Chair Birch, can you maybe tell us some of the projects they've had in the past?
Oh, I'd love to. They have completed successfully multiple projects in the past, and they have met our requirements of the grant.
Chair Birch, after hearing that, I think, at least for me, I can say that I do trust them. And so if we decide not to give them the full amount, I think we should give them 1,000. So that way, if they choose, they can get the camera and the filming equipment while leaving out the t-shirts and the journals.
Member Castro, I also agree with that.
Member McNair, I agree with that.
Member Camarillo,
Flank.
I agree.
I agree.
Member McNair, really quickly, can we get updates on the camera or what type of things they're doing with it every like once in a while, if that's okay? Or like, hey, yeah, we're doing this today, and oh, we're doing that. Or you guys want to join us, or something like an update or anything like that.
Tara Manor here. Each group is required to provide monthly reports to us, and we do visit their projects, so we will be able to see in real time what they're doing with their equipment. And again, this is one of those examples where we decide the amount, and we leave it up to the groups to be responsible and decide what they are going to do with their amount that we give them.
Member Flank, they do have a
Unless you
film.
all decide to put a stipulation on it.
Well, no, I think I'd like to stay away from stipulations, but they do have filming schedule in their project information, so we know.
Tara Manor here. Board members can attend. You just have to give 24-hour notice, so you can attend as well, so you can see with your own eyes.
Chair Birch, so is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,000? Okay, it seems as though we're in agreement of giving Nehemiah Youth Ministries Can We Talk 1,000. Okay. Now, moving on, our next one, Next Gen Leaders, Hope for the Future, 2,000. Their baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving them 1,000? Chair Birch, okay. Seems as though no one has said anything on Next Gen Leaders. So, 1,000. Next, NJSH Golden Chapter, Knots of Love by Robeson Community. Baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed?
Member McNair, you're talking about, no, I thought we already did the Knots of Love by Robinson's Community.
Member Castro, I'm also pretty sure we already did that.
Member Camarillo, we did. We have given them $1,000.
Okay, moving on. Northeast Career Tech Construction Program, another little library. Baseline is 1,000. Do we think, does anyone oppose giving them 1,000?
Member McNair, quick question. Did we or did we not agree on defunding other little libraries, or are we leaving them at 1,000 because we funded one of them $1,200?
Member Buma, I remember us agreeing that we would defund all other library projects, all other little library projects.
Chair Birch, I thought we said we were gonna leave them at the baseline, not necessarily defund them, unless we maybe would choose to defund this one.
Member Castro, I'm pretty sure we said we'd leave it at the baseline and not defund it. I just think that was something brought up, but we did not all agree upon that.
Member Burgess, yeah, we only said to leave it at the baseline.
Chair Birch, okay, so then are we going to leave the Northeast Career Tech Construction Program little libraries at the baseline, or will we raise or lower it?
Member McNair, can I put a comment in real quickly? This was the one, correct if I'm wrong, that wants to build them by hand. And they were also gonna add on there that they were gonna have they were gonna make it not street friendly, where you would go up and you would see in the dark, you would really see it at night and stuff like that. Maybe we should get them a little bit more money so they have the funds to make it. And we were gonna talk to them about also working with the city as well. Or are we just gonna leave it at 1,000? Sorry.
Chair Birch, okay, yes, this is the one that said they were going to use their construction program at school to build them by hand. So with you saying they're going to be street durable, I guess maybe. So do we want, or are we going to raise them, or are we going to give them more than 1,000? And if so, how much exactly would you all suggest?
Member Buma, I just say I'm going to say to defund it because 70% of the people that are going to be using this is the people at the school, because they're not going to build 2 miles where it can be used to all sorts of people. But they're going to be building it inside the school. So I say defund.
Tara Manor here. We have already agreed as a group, or you all have agreed as a board, that we would at least fund everybody at 50%. So no group or no discussion should be about defunding any group. So we are starting every group at 50%. No group will be defunded. So you may move on from that point.
Member Burgess, I say we just keep it at 1,000.
Chair Birch, I second that. So are we all in agreement to leave it at 1,000? Okay. Now, since race 2, race 22 did not show, or disqualified, and on to Read and Build Crew, another Little Libraries group. So are we, does anyone oppose just leaving them at the baseline of 50% and giving them 1,000? Okay, seems like they will also, for right now, get 1,000. And now the Somerset Black Student Union care packages for homeless youth. Baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed? Chair Birch. Okay, seems like no one is opposed. Stars Community Development did not show. On to STEM Days. STEM Days baseline is 1,000. Does anyone oppose giving STEM Days 1,000?
Member McNair, did you skip over Las Vegas Hope Day?
I believe they were disqualified.
Yes, they were.
So sorry,
They did
so
not
sorry.
show. We skipped over Race 2, Race 22, and Stars Community Development Corporation, Las Vegas Hope Day. They both did not show, so they're disqualified. Chair Birch, but back onto STEM Days. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving STEM Days the 50% baseline of 1,000? Chair Birch. Okay, looking at the budget before we move on, they do in their budget have 3 tablets, 3 Amazon Fire tablets at 300. And I know we were talking about technology and things. Do we wish to keep them at the baseline or no?
Member Martin, I think if we just keep it at the baseline, they'll have to decide whether to give up that tablet and keep on going with the project, but I think they'll be fine without that extra funding.
Member McNair, I think as long as they do the tablets and don't get the MetaQuest 3 and the charger and the other thing for the MetaQuest 3 and the charger, they should have enough money in their budget to buy everything else.
Chair Birch. So are we just leaving them at the 1,000?
I say we leave them at the $1,000.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who's opposed?
Member Flank, they do have $730 in cash donation, so that'll be a help with the reduction of 50%.
Chair Birch, okay, once again, just to clarify, so we are leaving them at the 50%, correct? Okay. So STEM Days will get 1,000 for right now. And next is Taryn Brown, Kindness on Wheels, baseline, once again, 1,000. Is there anyone who opposes? Okay, seems as though I'm hearing no one oppose. So we'll leave Taryn at 1,000. And now, Team V, the project volleyball, their original requested amount was 1,500, so less than 2,000. Do we want to give him the full, the project volleyball? Do we want to give them the full 1,500, or do we want to keep them at their baseline?
Member Boomer, I personally love this idea for the volleyball clinic. So I say put it at. So I say like I say keep it at 1,500.
Member McNair, I think we should do $1,000 because we do want to have money for other types of groups.
I second the 1,000. Member Burgess.
Chair Birch, I also agree with 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed?
I'm opposed. I really thought this project was amazing. It's one of the only service projects. He's dedicating his time with his sister, and his entire family is taking time to do several clinics and manage 50-plus children just so they can immerse themselves in this sport that is more, I would say, it's more expensive than other sports. I say if you don't want to do 1,000, maybe 1,400, but I would really like to fund him the full amount. He'd even ask for 2,000. He did a great presentation, and I don't think we should do any less.
Member Booba, as I said, I've got to agree with it. If you don't want, and at the very least, 1,300. If you don't want to give them the full 15.
Member Cantos, I agree to the 1,300.
Member Castro, the 1,300 sounds good.
Member Fuller, same.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who's opposed? Thought so. Seemed as if we were all in agreement there. Okay, on to the All Sparks bricks and bots. Their baseline is 1,000. So is there anyone who is opposed to giving them their 50% baseline of 1,000?
Member McNair, I think we should give them 1,200 to 1,500. I know how expensive these bots can be, and they do want electronics, and those are also expensive, but I feel like we should give them a little bit more money because of those things that they want to do, and also they want to keep all the equipment, I'm pretty sure, at the library or continue to use it after. So even if they do get some iPads this year, next year, if they come back again, they can get the rest of the iPads, or not iPads, excuse me, the rest of the equipment they do require.
I agree. Member Fajardo, to add to that project came back with findings that they could improve on from the prior years, and it's like he gave us an update, and very brave child that presented all by himself, and what his findings were from previous projects. So I really appreciate that.
Chair Birch, okay, are you able to please restate how much you wish to give them?
1,200 to 1,500 because of how expensive things can be.
Okay, so do we agree that maybe we can do 1,300 as a nice middle?
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member Castro, I agree.
Member Booba, I agree.
Member McNair, I agree.
Okay, Chair Birch, is there anyone who's opposed to giving the All Sparks bricks and bots 1,300? Okay, on to Tofu Tea's Youth Art Gallery. Their baseline is 1,000. Does anyone oppose?
Member Camarillo, I wish to give them 1,200.
Chair Birch, I also think we should give them 1,200. I think their idea was really cool, and I think it could be very useful to exposing other people in the community, not necessarily even just youth, to the world of art and creating their own and getting into art as maybe a hobby or even somehow a career. So is there anyone who is opposed to 1,200 for Tofu Tea's Youth Art Gallery?
Member Cantos, I actually want to bump it up to 1,300 because I personally visited one of her events before, about a couple months back, and I would like to say her events are very organized, and she's a very good businesswoman, and the presentation was altogether just really nice, and I think it should just be bumped up a little bit more to 1,300.
Member Cruz, I have two things. One, I do believe that a solid 1,250 would be fair in this situation, just to even the decisions out. And it seems like we have upfunded a couple of the projects. So I was just wondering how much stuff, like money, do we have to spread around?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, if you fund this project at $1,250 and you fund the remaining groups at the 50% baseline, you would still have $1,100.
Member Booba, how much money do we have like right now, not spending the 1,200?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, so if you kept them at 1,000, the 50% baseline, or if you kept them at the 50% baseline at 1,000, then you would have 1,350 between, and it looks like you have 6 more groups after this one that you have not discussed yet.
Chair Birch, okay, after hearing these numbers, do we think we should keep them at 1,250 or should we lower it?
Member Castro, I think 1,250 is good.
I agree. Member McNair?
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Chair Birch?
Member Booba, I agree.
Okay, Chair Birch. So, seems as though we agree on 1,250 for tofu teas. Okay, on to United Haven. Their requested amount is 1,500. So, since they're not at 2,000, do we want to give them their full amount, or do we want to start at 50% for them as well?
Member Cruz, I say we bump it up to maybe 800. $800 seems fair, just to get a set thing.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Member McNair, I agree.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who's opposed?
Member Booba, so they are asking for less than their total amount is. So if we let them at 1,350, then they will still be able to do their project. So I'm just saying that.
Chair Birch, I would have to disagree, given the fact that we're already with, even if we stayed at a baseline for all the other projects we have to go through, we only have, I think, a little over 1,000, meaning even if we went through Member Williams' original plan, we actually have less money left over. So I think maybe we just keep it at 800 for United Haven, and we just keep going through the rest of them as we see fit. Is there anyone who is opposed to giving 800 for United Haven? Okay, 800 it is. Okay, on to Valley High School STEM Emergency Management Ready Prep Go. Requested amount is 2,000. So the baseline is 1,000. Is anyone opposed to giving 1,000?
Member Camarillo, I wish to give 1,100.
Member McNair, I agree.
Chair Birch, I also would have to agree. I feel as though this is a very useful project for the community, so I think 1,100 would be a good amount to give. Is there anyone who is opposed? And 1,100 it is. Okay. Okay, and I'm pretty sure we've already discussed Westerman family, leaving them at 1,000. Is that correct?
Member
Okay.
Camarillo, this is correct.
Okay. Now, moving on. Okay, yeah, last three. Okay, Youth Empowerment and Education Initiative, Guidance and Opportunity Youth Project. Requested amount is 2,000, baseline is 1,000. Do we want to leave them at their baseline?
Member
Chair
Martin,
Birch.
leave them at their baseline.
Chair Birch. So are we good at leaving them at 1,000?
Member Cruz, I agree with that.
Member Boomer, I agree.
Okay. 1,000. And then Youth Help Youth. Youth Help Youth making no-sew fleece blankets. Requested amount 2,000, baseline 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed?
Member McNair, I think we should give them $1,100 because they will continue their project with 100, but they may require more money just in case they want to get more blankets.
Member Camarillo, I agree.
Member Martin, they said they were in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club, I believe, and that organization does a lot of nonprofit work and a lot of donations and things like that. I'm glad they're working with their schools collectively to make the blankets, but I think the 1,000 would be fine. Fleece blankets are typically a cheap material, and I'm pretty sure they can make a good amount of blankets for what they're looking for.
Chair Birch, I would have to agree with Member Martin. I think maybe not 1,100. I think maybe we can leave them at their base of 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed to this?
I oppose. Member Fajardo? Just give them 100 more.
Chair Birch, is there anyone who is opposed to giving Youth Help Youth 1,100? Okay, before we move on, can we get a quick update on the numbers with that?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, we were discussing Youth Help Youth at 1,100 or 1,000?
1,100.
With that, and then if it's okay, can you please confirm for me that the Westerman family, we were leaving at 1,000?
Chair Birch, yes, we were.
Got it, perfect, okay. So with that amount then, and with the last one, if we leave that at the baseline of 1,000, you still have $850.
Chair Birch, are we good with these numbers to move on to the last one? Okay, Youth Help Youth for right now are getting 1,100. Okay, Youth of WLVAC, Heal Your Heart Through the Arts. Baseline is 1,000. Is there anyone who is opposed?
Member Fajardo, I would like to also give them a little extra 100. This young lady was very passionate about this, and you can tell how it changed her by being in projects like this.
Member McNair, I agree.
Member Cantos, I agree.
Chair Birch, I would also have to agree. I think 1,100 is good for a project like this. So is there anyone who is opposed to 1,100? Going once, going twice. Okay, 1,100. And so that seems to be the last one. Okay. So, with that being the last one and us still having a bit of money left over, which groups would people on the board like to revisit to see if we can give a little bit extra money to them?
Member Castro, I was wondering if we could revisit Crown Care.
Crown Care, okay. So we decided earlier to give them $12.50. How much extra would you like to give?
I was thinking maybe we can increase it by either 100 or 200. I just really like the cause. I think it's a really great thing that they're doing.
Okay. So is there anyone who is opposed to 200 for Crown Care?
Member Cantos, I think we should do 150 because we still have a few more projects to look back on, just to save a little bit of money.
Member Cruz, I second that.
Chair Birch, I also agree. So is there anyone who is opposed now to 150?
Opposed to 150? Oh.
Okay, seems as though there's no opposition, so adding an extra 150 to Crown Care.
Which would be a total of $1,400 to CWC Clerk Brian Cobb for the record.
Okay. So, are there any other groups we would like to revisit?
Member Buma, I would like to visit, I have it in my head, the Team V volleyball.
Member Martin, would we be able to raise it 200 to its original amount of 1.5K?
No, 1.3.
Chair Birch, I would oppose. I would think maybe if we want to add, I would say maybe only 100, given that there are possibly still other groups others would like to revisit. So I would say instead of 200, maybe just 100, so that way they're only just $100 short of what they actually really wanted.
Member Buma, can we do 150?
Member Cantos, I believe that Team V, I think they have the highest percentage or the closest percentage to their original ask. So I do think 1,300 would be a great price.
Chair Birch, actually, I think I might have to agree with Member Cantos. They are the closest to their original requested amount out of any group, I believe. So actually, I think 1,300 could be a good place to leave it off at. So is there anyone who is opposed to keeping Team V at the number they're at right now? Okay, so we'll leave Team V alone at 1,300. Are there any other groups anyone would like to revisit?
Brenda Flank, for the record, Member Flank. Westerman Family, the Guide to Swim. This is so important for young people to know how to swim. And I'm speaking from personal experience. So if we could increase that 150 or 200.
Chair Birch, I think maybe increasing it by 200 could be a good idea. Is there anyone who is opposed to adding another 200 to the Westerman family?
Member Boba, I do oppose because if anybody does remember, the mom came up without a hard question, and that's practically illegal. So I just want to confirm that. yes or no if.
Chair Birch, I don't think it's necessarily illegal, even though we would like the youth to answer the questions. Given the fact that they were young girls, I think maybe we could have a bit of leeway with having their mom help them answer a few of the tougher questions. So, yeah, is there anyone who is opposed to giving an extra 200 to the Westerman family? Chair Birch, okay. Seems like there's no opposition. Seems as though that's an extra 200. And can we please get an update on the numbers on how much we have left to give?
And Clerk, that was then $1,200 for Westman family. Thank you.
Okay.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, by my calculations, you have $400 left. Anybody else playing along at home, please tell me if you have something different.
Okay, seems as though no one has anything different. Are there any other groups we'd like to revisit?
Member Fajardo, yes. The art and reading a book tasting. I cannot express how important reading is for these children in the community. And I would like to, wait, how much do we have? 400. Can we grant them another 200?
Member Cantos, I second that.
Member McNair, I third that.
Member Castro, I also agree.
Member Flank, I agree.
Member Buba, I agree.
Member Booma, clarification, I believe you were abstaining from discussion and motion for this particular item as you haven't involved.
Oh yeah, I
in
just
this
realized
particular
that.
one.
I just realized that.
Thank you very much. Senior Deputy Clerk for Brian.
2
Huff, for the record.
seconds ago.
Chair Birch, seems we're all in agreement of adding an extra 200 to, I'm sorry, which group was it again? Member Fajardo?
Member Fajardo, it's the art and reading a book tasting.
Okay, so adding an extra 200 to that group seems as though there's no opposition, okay?
For a total of
And-
$1,200 for community projects. Thank you.
Okay. And so, I would like to revisit the Delta Gems to, for their cookout and kickball event, to, at the very least, add an extra $100 onto theirs. Is there anyone who is opposed? Seems as though there's no opposition, so an extra $100 to the Delta Gems.
Which would be $1,300 for Delta Gems, Brian Huff, for the record.
Okay, so 1,300.
Member Cruz, if we could revisit either Can We Talk or Birthdays in a Basket.
Member Castro, I was wondering if we could revisit Birthdays in a Basket.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that means we have 100 left over. So do we
add
want
that.
to revisit Can We Talk or Birthdays in a Basket?
I guess Birthdays in a Basket, add that last 100 to it, if that's cool with everybody.
Is there anyone opposed to adding the last $100 of our budget to Birthdays in a Basket? This will be the last of the money we can allocate. Seeing as though there's no opposition, meaning the last $100 will go to Birthdays in a Basket, meaning they should be at now $1,600. And so, that seems to be it.
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert, We have a request from the clerk that we have 2 separate motions to approve these. I will go ahead and read all of them for you to confirm that we're all on the same page. But it would be best if we split out the 5 projects that Member Bouma has stated he would abstain from voting on, and we vote on those as one group, and then we can vote on all of the rest of the amounts together, and Member Bouma would be able to participate in that vote. So leave that with you, but I will go ahead and read through all of them right now for you so we can make sure that we're all on the same page. So
Wait, so I have one quick question, Member Booba. So wait, so what are we doing right now?
Deputy City Attorney Gilbert. So Member Bouma, first of all, I'm going to read all of the amounts. So this is just for everybody's information to make sure everybody's on the same page. Afterwards, we would entertain a motion to approve the 5 funding amounts for the groups that you had participated in and would be abstaining from. You would not vote on those. And then there would be a separate motion for all of the rest of the funding amounts, and you would participate in that vote.
I would not, or I would?
On the second vote, you would. Okay, so all of the amounts, sit tight. Advanced Technologies Academy Black Student Union, 1,000. AKA Teens Youth Enrichment Group, 1,000. Belong in Bloom, 1,000. Birthdays in a Basket, 1,600. BSU and batteries included Next Gen, 900. Canyon Springs High School batteries included, 1,100. Care for Change, 950. Cheyenne High School batteries included, 1,000. Community projects, art and reading, a book tasting, 1,200. Crown Together Crew, 1,400. Delta Gems, 1,300. Dior's Wave Catch It, 1,000. Emerging Leaders, 1,200. Equipo Academy, 1,100. Eva Wolf Student Council, 1,400. Growers Tribute Botany Club, 700. Heroes in Heart, 1,000. Homeschool West Chess Club, 1,300. Inspire X, 650. K. Carl Elementary School Student Council, 1,000. KCES Drama Club, 1,200. Las Vegas Alumni Chapter, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Inc., Dr. Betty Shabazz Delta Academy, 1,000. Learning is Fun Libraries, 1,250. Mad Hat Productions, 1,000. National Honor Society CSNHS West, 600. Nehemiah Youth Ministries, 1,000. Next Gen Leaders, 1,000. NJHS Golden Chapter, 1,000. Northeast Career Tech Construction Program, 1,000. Read and Build Crew, 1,000. Somerset Black Student Union, 1,000. STEM Days, 1,000. Taryn Brown, 1,000. Team V, 1,300. The All Sparks, 1,300. Tofu Teas, 1,250. United Haven, 800. Valley High School M-STEM, 1,100. Westerman Family, 1,200. Youth Empowerment and Education Initiative, 1,000. Youth Help Youth, 1,100. And Youth of WLVAC, 1,100. Please speak up if I got any of those wrong. Giving us a grand total of 45,000. So as mentioned earlier, the 5 organizations that would be entertaining a motion on separately are Community Projects, Heroes in Heart, Homeschool West Chess Club, Learning is Fun Libraries, and STEM Days.
And just for the record, Deputy Clerk Brown, clarify the record. Member Bouma, would you just kindly state that you are abstaining on those 5 projects?
What?
My understanding is you are involved in those 5 projects just listed: Community Projects, Heroes in Heart, Homeschool West Chess Club, Learning is Fun Libraries, and STEM Days. Could you just confirm for the record that you are involved in those projects and will be abstaining from this next motion?
So what are the project names?
Right, community projects, art and reading, a book tasting, Heroes in Heart, the Blessing Project, Homeschool West Chess Club, Homeschool West Chess Club, Learning is Fun Libraries, Learning is Fun Libraries Fairs, STEM Days, STEM Days.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And again, Veronica, for the record, so we would just need somebody other than Member Buma to make a motion to approve the funding amounts as read by our Deputy City Attorney.
And
your name for the record.
Member Camarillo, I make a motion to approve the amounts funded for all groups.
I second the motion. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? None. That motion carries. I motion to approve the rest of the funding.
I second motion.
As read by the Deputy City Attorney.
As read by the Deputy City Attorney. All those in favor? Aye.
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 All those opposed? None. The motion carries. On to agenda item number 6, citizen participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the board. No subject may be acted upon by the board unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come forward and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, may be limited. Okay. Seeing none. On to agenda item number 7, adjournment. This meeting is now adjourned.